Hey there, in this tutorial, we are going to build a complete SaaS application website using React.js and TailwindCSS. If you're trying to learn React.js and master TailwindCSS from scratch, then this tutorial is definitely for you. I'm Destiny from DesFix, and I'll be walking you through every step of building this beautiful SaaS UI using React and TailwindCSS. If you enjoy videos like this, don't forget to subscribe to the channel and also drop a like. It really helps and it will really mean the world to me. This video is sponsored by DesFix, my own platform built to help you become a real job-ready web or mobile developer without the fluff. Whether you're into front-end, back-end, full stack, or even mobile development, DesFix gives you everything you need, including pro-level courses with real-world projects, step-by-step tutorial that you can actually bookmark and revisit. DesFix also gives you coding challenges that will test your skill with clear goals and feedbacks. And DesFix also give you interactive practice tests to prepare you for interviews and premium dev articles that break down complex topics simply. And finally, you get a one-on-one mentorship with a developer so that you're never stuck or confused for too long and you have someone to keep you in check. Best part is you get a lifetime access, including all future updates, new tutorials, new coding challenges, mentorship sessions, and many more things. If you're serious about leveling up your dev skills, click the link in the description below and use the coupon code DesFix to get 50% off right now. To get the most out of this course, we'll be using a few tools from the DesFix platform. The very first tool that we'll be using is the DesFix tutorial with Step. This is a written step-by-step version of the video course. You can go at your own pace, bookmark sessions, make notes, and always stay on track. The second tool that we'll be using is the DesFix Coding Challenge tool. This tool gives you project-based coding challenges that comes with goals, rules, hints, tips and tricks, and many more. And once you complete the challenge, zip your code and upload it. The system will automatically grade you based on functionality. It will also grade you based on creativity and efficiency, and even give you personalized feedback and suggestions. Finally, the DesFix Dev Mentorship. If you get stuck at any point, you can connect with a real human mentor, not AI, in less than 5 minutes. Yes, an actual developer that's going to guide you through everything that you need to do in a live session, ranging from helping to answer your questions, fixing your bug, giving you career advice, and also keeping you in check. And this is a game changer for learning. All right, let's jump into the demo so that you can see exactly what we'll be building in this tutorial. So without any further ado, let's get started.
Hello guys, and welcome back to the SaaS UI websites using React.js, TailwindCSS, and Shad.cn. In this one, we'll go over a demo of what we'll be building throughout this tutorial so that you have a better understanding of what we'll be working on, how we'll be working on it, and basically the end products of this tutorial. That's what we're going to be talking about in this video. Let's get started. All right, so right off the bat, you can see that this is running on a live server on Netlify, and the URL is sure that's the desfix.netlify.app, which I'll be showing you how to deploy a React and TailwindCSS application to the web at the end of this tutorial. And you can immediately see that we have a very nice looking UI. We have our header, we have the hero section, and we have the about section over here. We also have the benefits section. We have the integrations. You can also see that we have a very nice looking pricing with cards over here. And then we have our testimonials, which is very, very responsive and also interactive. As you can see, we have a nice looking carousel over here. And we have our frequently asked questions, which is an accordion with a drop down of questions that you could change to whatever you want. And then we have our call to action section and also our footer. So all these are perfectly responsive, which means if you have to view this on a mobile, let me quickly open up my mobile version for this. I'm going to start by viewing it on an iPhone 12 Pro, which is basically what I use for the mobile. You can see how this looks on mobile. All the pages looks very responsive, as you can see. Let me keep going down. All the components, rather, not pages. It's just a single page website. As you can see, this is our pricing, and also this is our testimonials. As you can see, this is how it looks on a mobile, and this too looks very good over here. The accordion is very responsive. Same thing for our call to action and also our footer. And also, if you have to check out the tablets, I use Next Hub for tablets. You can see how that's looking. Can you see this? This is how it's looking on. This is how it will look on a tablet, and that is very, very nice. Let me show you everything over here. All right, that's good. Okay, so that's pretty much it. Hopefully you can see everything that we'll be working on. We'll be making use of React.js. We'll also be making use of TailwindCSS. We'll also be making use of DeskFix tools. For the DeskFix tools, we'll be making use of DeskFix coding challenge tool. We'll also make use of DeskFix projects and DeskFix tutorial with step. So DeskFix tutorial with step will basically provide us with a step-by-step written guide of this video course so that we can follow along with the course on our own pace. And then the DeskFix coding challenge is just going to provide us with the instructions and the goals, the tips, the rules of following this project. And at the end of the day, DeskFix coding challenge will also allow us to upload the source code on the platform, and then the platform or the system is going to grade us based on creativity, functionality, and efficiency. Hopefully you understand. All right, that's pretty much it. I hope to see you in the very first tutorial, which is coming up next. That's going to be it. See you there. Hello, ladies and gentlemen. This is Destiny from DeskFix, and welcome back to the SaaS UI website's landing page using React.js and TailwindCSS. In this one, we'll get started setting up our project and installing everything that we need to get our application up and running. That is what we'll be working on. Hopefully you enjoyed the video and learned something new. Before we dive right into the video, have you got a cool idea in your head? Maybe a startup that you've been dreaming about, or maybe you just want to level up your business with some solid tech. I'm always down to chat and see what we can build together. Just drop me a message at deskfix@gmail.com and we'll hop on a quick call and discuss about how we can bring your ideas to life. And if you're really enjoying this video, do make sure to drop a like, start subscribing, and also turn on the bell notification so that you get notified whenever a new series gets released. That's going to be it. Without any further ado, let's get started. So the very first thing that you need to do is go ahead and open up the projects that we'll be building using the link in the description below. You will see it on DeskFix projects, or if you don't find the link, you can always come over to deskfix.io/projects. And then we are building this application here called SaaS UI websites using React and TailwindCSS. So all you just need to do is go ahead and view this project so that we can see what we are building. All right, there you go. Now you can see everything that it entails. You can see the overview. You can see the coding challenge that's linked to this project. You can see the tutorial with step, which we'll be working with. These articles over here are articles that are related to those projects that we are building. So it's highly recommended that you read this. And as this project evolve, more articles will keep being added over here. And as this project evolve, we'll keep adding more articles in here. And as you can see, you can download the course materials and assets. You can download the asset files, the source code from GitHub, and also the Figma design. And also we've got 3 modules for this course. Module 1 is setting up our projects and installation. Module 2 is where we'll go ahead and start designing the components using TailwindCSS. And module 3 is where we deploy and host. And as always, I'll be the instructor for this particular project. So DeskFix project has been updated. If you've been following along with the previous tutorials, you will know that it's not as detailed as this in the past. We just got only the material section and the overview. But now we've linked coding challenges to the DeskFix project and also tutorial with steps and articles so that you get everything that you need for a particular project in just one place. So when you've got here, all you need to do is go ahead and open up the tutorial with step. That is what we'll be starting with. So if you don't know yet, DeskFix tutorial with step is just a step-by-step written guide of any course that's on the DeskFix platform. Any video course gets automatically translated to a written version. So a tutorial with step is just the written version of a course. Okay. And now I'm going to open up the tutorial with step for the SaaS UI website using React.js and TailwindCSS. So I'm going to click on this. There you go. So this is actually a free tutorial with step. All you need to do is just go ahead and hit the enroll now. Of course, you need to create an account and sign in so that you'll be able to access this. What I'm going to do right now is just go ahead and click on enroll now, and you'll get enrolled and automatically taken to your dashboard where you can now see all the content related to this particular tutorial. So I'm going to be starting with the very first one, which is the project setup and installation part 1, which is where we set up and install React and TailwindCSS using Vite.js. So go ahead, click and open up the very first one. And you can see over here, it actually provides a step-by-step guide for us to go ahead and install React.js and TailwindCSS using Vite. Vite is a super fast build tool that is perfect for modern web applications. Now, when we combine Vite with React and TailwindCSS, it gives us an ultra productive front-end workflow. That is why we are making use of Vite.js. So what I'm going to do right now is open up my command prompts. I'm going to click on command. If you're on a MacBook, it's called terminal. If you're on a Linux operating system, I think it's called terminal too. I don't know. If you're on a Windows operating system, it's called command prompt or PowerShell. So if you've opened up your command prompt, I want you to hop over to desktop. And when you're on the desktop, I want you to go ahead and create a new folder. So I'm going to say mkdir, and I'm going to call the folder Shore, S-H-O-R-E. Good. Oh, it says a subdirectory named Shore already exists. Okay, I'm just going to say Shore app. Oh, make sure that you added mkdir and say Shore app. And then let's cd into Shore app. Very good. So now that we are in the Shore app, I'm going to zoom in so you can see everything that's going on. We need to follow the step here to create a new React.js application. So the very first thing we need to do is go ahead and create a React project using Vite. And to do that, you need to run this command that says npm create Vite at latest. I'm going to copy that, get back to my command prompt, and I'm going to paste. And the next one says my app. But then I don't want to call it my app. I'm just going to add a dot over there because I'm already in the folder called Shore app. Okay, and then I'm going to run this one // template. Then we want to create a React project. When you've done that, go ahead and hit enter on your keyboard and let's wait for a prompt. Very good. There you go. We've installed React. Now, the next thing is to go ahead and cd into the app. But since we're already in the app, we don't really need to do that anymore. Let's just go ahead and run this command that says npm install. So this is going to go ahead and install all the required package that we need for the React app to run. So what you need to do is come over here and run npm install and give this some time to get installed on our projects. All right, there you go. We've successfully installed all the packages that we will be needing. Now let's get back here and install TailwindCSS. And to do that, you need to install this over here, which is TailwindCSS using Vite.js. So I'm going to get back here and install this. TailwindCSS using Vite.js. Just give that some time to get installed. All right, there you go. So I'm going to scroll down, and right now we need to open up our code editor that contains this project. Since you are in this Shore app folder, just go ahead and say code dot, and then this will immediately open up the code in our VS Code over here. So here you go. I'm going to open this up and expand it. All right, there you go. So with this now, all we need to do is, let me firstly zoom in so that everyone can see what's going on. And I want to open up my terminal, come over to this dots, terminal and new terminal. This is called integrated terminal. It is the command prompts that Visual Studio gave to us pre-installed, and it comes whenever it is the command prompts that Visual Studio gave to us. So instead of using the Windows terminal or the MacBook terminal, you can always use the Visual Studio Code integrated terminal. Now, I want you to open up Vite config.js, and then we need to go ahead and configure our TailwindCSS over here. Back to our TWS, you can see that it says we need to import TailwindCSS. So we import this over here at the top, which is TailwindCSS from Tailwind Vite. And after that, we need to go ahead and initialize TailwindCSS in the plugins list. So here in the plugins list, add a comma and call TailwindCSS, and then initialize it like that. We'll go ahead and save our code. And then let's see the next thing that we need to do. I'm going to open up again. And now we need to get over to the index CSS. I'm going to come over to source index CSS, which is this one over here, and then remove everything that we currently have in here. And then we need to import TailwindCSS here in the index CSS. When you've done that, that's pretty much what we want to do. Finally, let's go ahead and run our project. So in the terminal, type npm run dev, and then give this some seconds to go ahead and spin up our development server. So now that your server is running, go ahead, hold Control and click on this URL over here. And if everything works correctly, you should see it open up in your browser with a white page that's not really looking good, but then it's actually okay. That is because we have removed the default styling that React.js came with. So all we just need to do now is test if TailwindCSS have been installed correctly. And to do that, get back to your app and open up app.jsx. And in the app.jsx, I want you to remove everything that we have over here. I'm going to select everything and remove it, and just create a simple H1 tag and say welcome to Desfix. And then in the H1, I'm going to give a class name, and let's write some simple Tailwind CSS classes. I want to make this text a little bit larger. Right now, this is what it looks like, but I want to make it a little bit larger, which is basically increasing the font size. To do that, I could say text LG or text XL or text 2XL or text 3XL, and the larger this gets, the larger the text is going to get. So now when we get back here, can you see the text got a little bit bigger, but it's light. I want to make it bold. So I'm going to say font dash bold. That is how you make a text bold in Tailwind. Now this should be bold. Very good. If that text isn't really too big, you can still make it 7XL, and now you should see that it will be big. There you go. You can also change the color if that's what you want. Now I'm going to say text indigo 500, which is one of my favorite colors in Tailwind. And when we get back here, we can now see we have welcome to Desfix. Tailwind CSS is working perfectly well, and this is exactly what we wanted. Let's get back to our application, and we'll just mark this as completed. And in the next one, we'll get started with part 2, which is where we'll be creating components, exporting components, and also importing components. That's going to be it. Hopefully you enjoyed this video and learned something new. If there is something that you don't understand, let me know, and I'll be more than happy to help you out. Also, if you've got an idea, maybe you're looking to build a startup or a project, or maybe you're looking to just level up your current business with some solid technology, do make sure to hit me up. Send a mail to desfix@gmail.com. I'm always down for a chat. We can hop on a call and quickly discuss how we can bring your projects to life. For now, that's going to be it. I hope to see you in the next one, and until then, mad love, peace out. Hello ladies and gentlemen, this is Destiny from Desfix, and welcome back to another video in the SaaS landing page using React.js and Tailwind CSS. In this one, we'll get started with part 2 of the first module, which is where we'll start creating, exporting, and importing our components using barrel exports. That's what we'll be doing. Hopefully you enjoy the video and learn something new. So let's get started. But before we get right into the video, if you've got a cool idea in your head, maybe a startup that you've been dreaming about building, or maybe you just want to level up your current business with some solid tech, I'm always down to chat and see what we can build together. Do make sure to drop an email at desfix@gmail.com, and we'll hop on a quick call and discuss how we can bring your ideas to life. That's going to be it. So let's get started. The very first thing I'm going to do again is open up our best friend or our companion, which is Desfix tutorial with Step. Or you can also always hop over to Desfix projects and access the tutorial with Step from there, or the coding challenges. It's your one stop for everything that you need for a particular project. Now in the tutorial with Step, we completed part 1 in the last one. This one will get started with part 2, which is where we'll start creating our components, exporting, and also importing them. Now let's get started. So the very first step is to create our components. Inside a source folder, we need to create a new folder called components. So let's get back to our code editor, and inside a source folder, we need to create a new folder called components. And then in the components, what do we need to do? So now we need to add the following components: header JSX, hero, about, benefits, and all these other components over there. Let's get started creating these. So we'll start with the very first one, which is going to be header.jsx. And then in the header, we need to create a basic React function. You can see that that's what was created over here. Now we'll be using an extension to immediately create this function. The extension is called ES5, ES6, EX7 React Redux React Native Snippets. When you've installed that, you can say RAFC and it immediately creates this function for you. In case you're looking for the extension and can't find it, let me go ahead and show you quickly. So I'm going to scroll down and look for the extension. This is it over here. This extension by DSZ Najda. Whenever you install this, it has 14.7 million installs. Go ahead and install that, and then you can run RAFCE to immediately create this React component over here. That's very good. Let's create the next component. It will be the hero.jsx, then RAFCE, and then the next one is going to be about.jsx. Then we hit the RAFCE. And now I'm going to go ahead and quickly create the remaining components. All right, there you go. I've successfully created all the components that will be needed, and I've created functions for all the components too. I'm going to close up all the tabs, and right now let's head over to our tutorial with step and see the next thing that we need to do. So we need to create a file called exports in the source folder. In the source, I'm going to create a new file, rather folder, not file, called exports. So new folder called exports, and in the exports we need to create a new file called index.js, and then in the index.js we need to go ahead and import the components like this, not import, export, my bad. We need to go ahead and export the components like this. So this is called barrel exporting. What it basically helps us do is allow us manage our imports and export of files in a very manageable way, or in an easy way. Which means whenever we want to import something, we don't need to say something like this. Let's say we were trying to import something like header from dot/header. Let's say we're trying to import something like this, and we also want to import the benefits, contact, facts. It's not going to look like this. You see, this is very, very long and not manageable. Instead, what we're going to have is something like import header, footer, CTA, all in one line from index, okay, which is this file over here. That is basically what barrel exporting will help us with. So let's just go ahead and export everything. I'm going to bring in the very first one over here, as you can see. Okay, let me type this out so that you can follow along with it. All we just need to do is say exports defaults as, then you give it a name, and then you go ahead and call the header's location, which is components/header. There you go. So we export default as header from this location. That's exactly what we have over here. So now we need to go ahead and do this for the hero. Do this for hero. I'm going to copy this and paste here. When you hold Control and click on the hero, it opens this up, which means that it's the right location. Holding Control and clicking on this, we open up the function part or the function location, which means it's working. Now you could type all this out if you want. If you don't want to type it all out, you could just get over here and copy the remaining exports and paste them over here. They are pretty simple and explanatory. And when you've pasted, that's pretty much what we want to do for exports. Now let's go ahead and open up our source of truth, which is our app.jsx. I'm going to open up app.jsx, and I basically want to remove everything that I currently have here and create a new RAFCE for the app.jsx. And this is how it's going to be. Now with this, if we get back to our React page here, let's see what we currently have. Good. So you can see that we have only app showing up here. Let's go ahead and bring in all the components that we just created and line them up over here in the apps. Okay. So that we can see the header, the hero, the about, the benefits, and we list out all the components. And then in the next module, we'll get started building the components. Hopefully you understand what I'm saying. Let's go ahead and do this. So now in the app, let's go ahead and import the header, the hero, the about that we exported in the last one over here. So to do that, you just need to say import header, and let me bring it in. So you're importing header from this location here, exports. Now, when you take this header and call the components in here like this, let me show you, and save your code. Now, when you get back here, you should be able to see header now showing up. Let me zoom in. Can you see? We have header over here. That's very good. Now, this is showing up header because if you have to open up those components, you can see that we have a div with a text header over here. If you have to say maybe something like Shaw here, if you save, you will see that we now have Shaw over here. So this is basically a components-based, how components-based architecture works in React.js. Now, we can still split out our applications into sub-components, but then let's start up with this one over here. But then let's continue working with those components that we've currently created so that you don't get confused. And down the line, or as we update this project, we'll go ahead and break all the components that we have into sub-components, and just to keep making it more scalable and also fun and manageable. So I'm going to get back to app.jsx. We want to import header, we want to import hero, we want to import about, we also want to import benefits. And if you don't want to have to import all this one by one, you can see that in the tutorial with step over here, I already imported it for you. Let me show you somewhere here. Can you see? So you could just import everything here and just remove this. It's still the same thing, guys. See? Header, hero, about, benefits, integration, pricing, testimonials, FAQ, CTA, and footer, all coming from this place. So if you don't want to have to type all this out one by one, since they are pretty basic things, you could just go ahead and import them like this. Okay, that is why the tutorial with step was created for you. It's going to help make your life easier. Some things that you really don't want to spend a lot of time typing out, or maybe performing the same operation over and over again, you can easily just grab them and paste, and that's going to be it. So with this now, we can have header over here, duplicate and replace with hero, duplicate and replace with about, duplicate the about and replace it with benefits, duplicate the benefit and replace it with integrations. I also want to add pricing. I also want to add testimonials. I also want to add facts, and then I want to add CTA, and finally I want to add the footer. We save this. Let's get back to our Tailwind page, and rather to our React landing page, and see what we have. Header, hero, about, benefits, integration, and so on. Now, whenever we want to start building the header, all we just need to do is hop over to the header components, and then we write our Tailwind CSS codes in here. Do you understand? That is basically how we're going to be working. Okay. So yeah, that's pretty much it, guys. When you've worked on this, that's exactly what we want to do. In the next one, we'll get started writing our components. Let's look at our tutorial with step and see what we have. So oh yeah, that's pretty much everything that we have here. Now this one here is just the files. So the asset files also needs to be exported the same way we exported our components. So to export them, you need to create a new file named images.js in the exports folder. So images.js. And then we need to add our assets to this assets folder here. For you to do that, go ahead and download the assets. To download the assets, get back to our DeskFix project, which is this one here, and just click on download assets. Now this is going to take us to a new URL where we're going to see all the assets in a Google Drive link, and then you can download it. All these are for free. You don't need to pay anything for it, okay? So just go ahead and download all this for free. So to find this, I'm just going to hop over to my desktop, and you can see the assets over here. All I need to do now is open up this assets zip, and you could either grab this folder or copy everything that we have in here. I prefer to copy everything that we have. I'm going to start off by copying everything to my desktop. Good. You can see all my assets over here. And then I'm going to copy all that assets that you can see over to my Visual Studio Code assets folder. So I'm going to copy all this, apart from this React one, copy all this to the assets folder there. Very good. That has been added. Now I could go ahead and delete this from my desktop. I don't really want to clutter my desktop. So I'm going to delete all that and then maximize this one more time. So I have all this assets arranged for you. You can see avatar. We have avatar 1 to 10. We have brands 1 to 9. We have dots. We have elements. We have integrations. We have screenshots. Now, going through all these assets over here doesn't really make any sense. But don't worry, when we start bringing in the assets, you'll see how it all looks. Well, if you want to go through it, it's totally your choice. You can always go through it if you want. Just hop over to, or rather you can click on assets and review in File Explorer. And then you can look at how it looks. Let me show you. So if you're opening up assets and maybe you want to open up avatar and take a look at how it looks, you can see these are the avatars that we currently have. Just so you know, these are the kind of things that we also have for brands, dots, elements, and so on. All right, guys, now that we have all this in here, let's go ahead and export them. So importing the assets will exactly be the same way we imported the index, HTML, hero, about, benefit, and all this over here. So you can see that I've already provided you with the imports here. You can see these are all the imports for everything in the assets, and then we exported them over here. I don't want you to type all this out by yourself. It will be draining. So just go ahead and copy this, okay? Copy everything here. I believe you should have access to the TWS. Check the link in the description below so that you can follow along with the tutorial. Open up the Show app and paste it in the images.js. Okay, I don't want you to think that we are copy pasting a lot of things. These are just things that are repetitive, and we don't want to have to go through the pain of always having to type out the same thing over and over and over and over again. So that is why I have taken the time and typed all this out for you. And over here now, you don't need to do all that. All you just need to do is bring it in, and we are done. So in the next one, we'll get started writing our applications. So in the next one, we'll get started writing the designs for the components. Just to make sure that everything is working, I'm going to get back to the header and try to bring in one of the avatars like this. I'm just going to call in an image tag. Let me open up an image tag. And then in here, I'm going to say avatar 1, just to be sure that it's working as expected. And I'm going to hop back to my browser and come over here, and there you go, we have avatar 1 coming in. So this is working as expected. I'll remove avatar 1 because I don't really need it for anything. Okay, I'm going to save back my application, and then we should have this one more time. All right, guys, that's pretty much it. Let's get back here and mark this part 2 as completed. And the next one, we'll get started with components design using TailwindCSS part 1, which is going to be the header components design using TailwindCSS. Okay, that's it. Hopefully you enjoyed this video or learned something new. If there is something that you don't understand, if there is something that you need help with, let me know in the comment section, and I'll be more than happy to help you out. That's going to be it. I hope to see you in the next one. And until then, mad love. Peace out. Hello, ladies and gentlemen. This is Destiny from DesFix, and welcome back to another video in the SaaS UI landing page using React.js and TailwindCSS. In this one, we'll get started working with the header components. That is what we'll be working on. Hopefully, we enjoy the video and learn something new. So let's get started. So I will begin by opening up my code editor one more time. So I'm going to open up the Show app. And here in the header is where I actually want to create the header components. So we need to import a couple of things. Firstly, the icon that we'll be using will be Lucid React. So to install Lucid React, open up your terminal and run npm install lucid-react, and let that install. All right, Lucid React have been successfully installed. We'll use that later. So in the header, the very first thing that we need will be a h1 tag that's going to hold the logo called show. And then we need a UL tag for the navigation links. The UL, which is unordered list, should contain LIs, which will be lists. If for any reason you don't know how HTML works, we have a complete HTML guide in the DesFix Pro course tutorials. Or in case you don't have your learning parts yet, you could go ahead and onboard on the DesFix Pro and request for your learning parts based on your stack, full stack, front end or back end. And if you're choosing full stack, it comes with a HTML masterclass. You could do that today, onboard, request for your learning parts, and then we'll get you a customized learning part, and you get HTML, CSS, JavaScript, and all the technologies related to front end. That way you better understand everything that's going on in this tutorial. Okay, so in React.js, we could use React Router DOM to create links, but since we are not working with multi-page over here, I'm just going to create the very first link over here. So each UL will contain an A tag since we are not working with React Router DOM for now. Okay, we only work with React Router DOM when we have multiple pages and we want to navigate to those pages in a very easy and manageable way. So for now, we'll work with A tags. The very first one, I want it to be benefits, and then I'm going to duplicate this li and paste it over here. If you don't want to duplicate the li, we could also get over here and create an array for it. So I could say const array should be equal to, and then in this array over here, I'm just going to put in some text. The first one will be benefits, and then the next text will be about, and then the next text will be integrations, and then the last one will be testimonials. Very good. So with this now, instead of duplicating this LIs, we can go ahead and map through the array list by saying array.map, and then I'm going to add item and index over here, and all we just need to do is go ahead and wrap this array like this. Very good. So before we continue with the tutorial, let me quickly explain how a map function works in JavaScript, or maybe in React.js or Next.js or wherever you want to use the map function to list out things. So I want you to think of the array of items that we have as these dishes over here that we have in an array. You can see that it's in a square bracket, because items are usually in a square bracket. So you might have an item and maybe in it you have 1, 2, 3, which would be the list of items in the array. But in this case over here, we have pizza, taco, burger, and pasta in this array instead of maybe numbers over here. But it's still the same thing, okay? Hopefully you get the idea. Now, let's say that we want to go through this array and then bring out all the dishes that we have over here from the array onto this dish. Okay, it's kind of like saying, hey, this dish over here is empty. Think of this as a dish tray or a dish can. I don't know what you want to call it, but then this dish tray is empty. But in our array, or maybe in the store, we have a couple of dishes, but no one will be able to see these dishes on the menu or on the table if we don't bring them out. Now, using the map function, what we want to do is go into this list over here and iterate or loop over all the items that we currently have in the map: the pizza, the tacos, the burger, and the pasta. And when we've gone through the very first item, take that very first item that we have gone through and put it in this dish over here. And as soon as this very first item has been added to the dish like this, it's now in here, we check that off and then we'll move over to the next one. So as soon as it's been added, we check this off and then this is completed, and then we'll move over to the next one. When we come over to the next one, we go through it and then we put it over here in the list. So what we're going to do now is we take this, we put it in the list. This is what the map function is doing. It goes through an array, and everything that's in that array, it prints it out over the item or the element or the dish where you want it to be. Okay, so let's say we are going through a list of icons. So let's say we are going through a list of images or a list of icons or a list of text or a list of products or a list of students, and then for each of the students that we have in the database, go ahead and display them on the website. What it to do is just keep going through the array, and when it has taken one of the students from the array and placed it on the website, it will get back to the array and check it as done. It's no longer there, which means it will move over to the next one. And when it moves over to the next one, it will take the next item, put it in the array, rather in the template. And when it has done that, it will go over to the next one, put it in the template, and then it will check that as done. Checking it as done is just to make sure that it already keeps track of the items that have been placed in this dish. And then it will go over to the last one, take it and put it over here. And then we finally mark that one too as complete. Now we don't have anything in the array. Everything that we have in the array have now been moved to this dish over here. Does that make sense? So that is basically how map function work in JavaScript. I don't want this to confuse you, okay? Don't worry, when we get to use states, use effects, and every other hook, I'll be explaining them like this, just to make sure that you understand what this will do. If for any reason you still don't understand how the map function works, shoot a mail to deskfix@gmail.com and we'll further explain it. Now, this is where getting your own customized learning path comes in play. If you have your own customized learning path in our crash courses, HTML, CSS, JavaScript, React, we have explained all this in-depthly in a way that you can understand bit by bit. So that is why I highly recommend that if you haven't onboarded today, hop over to deskfix.io, onboard and request for your own customized learning paths based on your stack, front end, back end, or full stack, and we'll send you your own customized learning paths and you'll get started learning and be on the right track to becoming a better developer. So yeah, that is basically how the map function works. Let's get back to the code. So now in the code, you can see that we said array.map, which is, hey, go through these items that we have in the list, and for each and every one of this item here, display it in this li tag over here. Think of this li tag as that dish that we showed initially, and I want you to think of this benefit over here as the items in that dish, like the pizza, the tacos, the burger, the pasta, and all that. Does that make sense? So remember that we have some items in here. For you to be able to call the exact item name, you need to replace it with this. If you have to get back to the website, you can see that we have benefits, which is 4 benefits, which represents the 4 items that we have in here. All you need to do is change that from benefits to item, which is this variable that we called over here. And now you can see and oh, it's still showing benefits. That's because we haven't saved. So let's go ahead and save our code. And now you can see benefits, about, integration, and testimonials. Just to make sure that we don't get confused, I want to comment out every other thing that we have over here. When we want to start working with a particular one, we will go ahead and uncomment it. Okay? Just want to make sure that you don't get confused. So let me comment this out. Good. All right. I'm going to get back to the header, and that's it for the UL. Exactly below the UL, I will create a new div, and this div is going to have a button that will say sign in. Very good. We've installed Lucid React. Let's use one of Lucid React icons. So to use the icon, just say log in, and you see that it's automatically trying to import this for us. So click on this login, make sure that it shows Lucid React here, or else you will import it from the wrong place. Now I'm going to click on that and save our code. Now let's get back here. We should now see an icon show up here. Oh, we can't see anything yet. Let me see what's happening. Okay, I'm going to quickly reload this page just to make sure that everything is synced together one more time. And let's see what we have. All right, there you go. As you can see, I've been able to reload the page and my icon is now showing well as expected. All right, there you go. We have the sign in over there, and that's pretty much what we want. Later, I'm going to show you guys how we'll work with the sidebar and every other thing that pertains to it. For now, let's tile out our code and see how it's going to look over here. So I'm going to get back to my code editor, and this is where I would highly recommend that you take a Tailwind CSS crash course. Taking the Tailwind CSS crash course is going to help you understand even better everything that we will be doing over here. And if you want to do that, we've got a Tailwind CSS crash course on DeskFix Pro in your personalized learning paths. Make sure to check that out. So over here in the header, the very first thing I want to do is to create a class name and give it a flex. Now I'll be explaining all this in using Excalibur so that you understand what's going on and how these are working. So let's say that we currently have our browser looking like this, okay? And then we have some text here. Let me quickly create some text so that you will understand. We have this text called, oh, that's a very small text. Let me get my text tool and type down a text over here. Oh, there you go. That's my text tool. I'm going to say sure. And I want to change the text to black. Okay. So that it looks like this. So this is our logo. And then this one over here will be the about, the benefits, the integrations. I know I didn't spell that correctly, but then the pricing, right? And then this last one is going to be the sign in. Very good. So initially, all these were sitting like this. This is what we initially had. But then as soon as we gave it display flex, you can see that everything now came side by side like this, which means display flex is going to put everything side by side like this, making all the elements in that container or in the parent container a flexible container, meaning that all items will go side by side. Now, this is not really how we want this to get placed. What we want is the sign in to be at the extreme over here, and then we want this one to be over here at the middle. But right now, that is not what we have. For you to be able to achieve that, get back to your code, and alongside the flex, you need to add another class called justify between. So justify between is now what will split the space in between all the items evenly and make sure that each one goes to the extreme like this. Can you see? It immediately splits the space evenly between this, this, and this. Hence, we are achieving something that looks like this. Very good. So now the next thing is this. We don't want this to be stacked like this. Rather, we want it to be like this. Maybe some space there, and over here to some space, and finally for the pricing, some space too. And then we want this to be here like this. How do we do this? To do this, you now need to get into this UL and give the UL a class of flex. And now, as soon as you get back to your Vite, you can immediately see that this will change. But then it's not changing because I haven't saved my code. So as soon as I save my code and get back here, you can see it's now looking as expected. We need some space in between the benefits, about, integration, and testimonials. So what you need to do in that case is give it a gap of 2 rem. So I'm going to say gap of 2 rem. And let's see what we currently have. Save my code, and there you go, 2 rem. Good. If you don't want to give a gap of 2 rem, you could just say gap of 3, and always save your code. Or if you don't want to save, always save your code. You can change it to auto save so that you immediately see what you're working on. Okay, I think 3 rem is too small. I'm going to change it to 4, and let's see what we currently have. Very good. I love this. All right, guys, that's it. Now, the next thing that we want to do is make sure that our heading looks okay. I hope you're looking at the UI. You can actually just open up the finished product on one part of your screen and look at what's going on over there and how everything is looking and what we are working on. Let me go ahead and open up a part of the UI on my screen so that you can follow along and see what I'm currently working on. So over here, you can see the completed websites that we are currently working on. And this is the header that we are working on. So right now, we want to make sure that the header looks good. We want to add some padding over here. You see the space here and this space here, and the way everything is spaced out and looking good. That is what we want to do. I'll make sure that I keep explaining this with Excalibur so that you understand what each class over here will be doing. The next class that I want to add is a class called Items Center. What will this do? So let me get back to Excalibur and quickly explain what this will do. So most of the time, when you give an item display flex and justify between, it seems not to align. So you might see your item looking like this, although they are all laid out vertically like this, but then horizontally, they are not aligned. Rather, they are all laid out like this on the vertical axis or on the y-axis, but then they are not aligned. But we want everything to stay on the same line. For example, we want everything to be above this line over here, like this. So that is basically where using items center come in. When you give your items, when you give the parent element item center, it's make sure that every item in that element automatically gets centered on the x-axis. Okay, but there are some intricacies to this though. For example, if you're giving your header a flex direction of column, flex item, for example, if you're giving your elements a flex direction of column, items center does not align items vertically anymore. It now aligns item horizontally. Don't worry, we'll get to that in this tutorial and I'll explain and you'll better understand how that will work. Okay, So let's go ahead and add some padding. I need some padding. I need this to come in here like this, and I need this to come in here like this to have this nice padding over here that you can see on the completed website. So to do that, get back to your Shore app and let's write some responsive code. On the largest screen ever that the user will be viewing this on, I want the padding X to exactly be 10 rem. But then on the large screen, which is like your tablets, your iPad, and all that, Nest Hub, I want the large screen to be a padding X of 4 rem. So I'm going to say 4 rem. And then on your small screen, I know you might be thinking small like this. No, just go ahead and say px should be equal to 1 rem. Tailwind, we immediately know that, hey, this one over here that does not have 2XL or LG should immediately become what we will use on the small screen. Does that make sense? All right, so with that now, if you're to get back to our application, you can see we now have some nice padding over here. Let me get back to how this should look originally. You can see we have this, and this, and that's looking flawless. Very good. So let's get back to our code, and we want to give our header a particular height so that it will be a little bit longer. On the largest screen, which is the 2XL, I want the height to exactly be 6 rem. And on the tablets, I want the height to be 5 rem. And then on the small screen, I want the height to be 4 rem. And we can go ahead and save this. I know you might not see any visible thing, but what happened is this. We immediately took everything that we had over here. Let me remove this arrow. We immediately took all this over here and then we brought it down like this, adding a height. I know you can't see it, but this is how it was looking initially. Let me take this back. This is how it was looking initially. I know you can't see that black border, but it's there. Then we gave it a height of on the large screen 6 rem. Then it automatically came down. And since we are giving all this justify center and item center, it immediately tries to stay on the center of its parent elements. Does that make sense? So with that is why we can see something like this right now. But don't worry yourself about this arrows, about the border. I know that you can't see the border here, but now we'll work with that later. Okay. So yep, that is pretty much it. Let's go ahead and style everything that we have in here. Before we start styling, everything is going to have a dark theme. And for everything to have a dark theme, let's hop over to app.jsx. This main div over here, I'm going to style it up. Say class name, and I want to create a custom background. So here, I'm going to say BG should be, and the background that I want to use will be 07090F, 07090, and uppercase F. And then if we are to get back to our code, we should now see a dark background on the header. But that's not really what I want. I want the dark background to always take up any available space. So the height of the background should not just be limited to the header. It should be automatic, which means whenever we add something else to the div, the height should automatically cover for the height of the new elements that we added. So for that, what I'm going to do right now is just say height should be auto. Let me explain what this will do visually so that you can better understand. So let's say that we had this height over here like this, and then this is the item that we currently have. But for some reason, we duplicated this item down here. We don't want the height to remain here. We want this height to immediately expand to cover these two. So that's why we are saying, hey, automatically it calculates the height and make it to cover everything that we will have in this div. Okay. And then we also want to use a little nice font from Google called Inter. Let me show you how to import Google fonts. You can open up your browser and then go to fonts.google.com. In fonts.google.com, I want you to search for a font named Inter. So search for Inter. There you go. Click on Inter, and I want you to click on Get Fonts. So you can see that I have a lot of fonts over here. That's quite a lot of fonts. So I'm going to remove all the fonts that I currently have in my cart. I have Sora, Just, Quicksand, Montserrat, Instrument, Sans. I really like all those fonts and I really like keeping them in my cart. So for that, I'm just going to click on Get Embed Code. I'm going to bring in all those fonts. Okay. So, but if what you want is just enter, make sure that you don't have any other thing in here. You can even try out all those fonts. Those are some of my best fonts for building websites. So what I'm going to do right now is just copy this over here, and I'm going to get back to my show app code and locate index HTML, and I'm just going to paste this in my head section. Okay, and after you have done that, I'll just save your code a couple of times. Get back to app.jsx. Make sure that your code is not broken. Our code seems to be broken. Good, it's not anymore. Now I'm going to say font dash, and one of the fonts that we want to use is called Inter. I'm going to add that. And yeah, that is it. So some of the time, let me go back to Excalibur so that you can see something. Some of the time when we add some code, it will tend to spill out of the main website axis, which means you can now see our website having an overflow like this that scrolls to the left. But we don't want that. To prevent that, you need to say overflow on the x-axis should be hidden. Okay, so that's pretty much what we want to do in the app. Let's head back to the header and keep working there. So now in the header, you could go ahead and style the H1 and give it a text of white. So for the H1, I'm going to give it a class name and say text of white. I want the font to be semi-bold, and I want to increase the font size on the largest screen, which is 2XL. I want it to have a font size of 4XL. On my tablets, I want it to have a text size of 3XL. And then on my very small screen, I also want it to have a text size of 3XL. Very good. So when you have done that, let's check out what we currently have over here. See, that looks good. All right, that's beginning to come together. Now, if you're to look at the main completed website, you can see how it's looking. Very good. Forget about the slight arrays. I'm going to show you how to bring those in later. Okay. So yeah, that's it for the show. Let's go ahead and style out the nav links and see how it's going to be. So remember, we just have a flex and a gap for it right now. Let's go ahead and add some more things. I'm going to say items center. I always want all the navigation links to always be at the center on the x-axis all the time. That is why I am saying items center. And then I want to go ahead and also add a padding X to them. So a padding X, I'm going to say 3 rem. In case you don't know what a padding X is, let me show you. So a padding is basically adding breathing space to the top, left, right, and bottom of your content, which is this. So in our masterclass CSS course that we have in the Desfix Pro learning parts, by the way, if you have not onboarded, go ahead and onboard and request for your own learning parts today. In the masterclass CSS, we actually discussed how box model works. And box model is where you learn how margin, padding, and things like margin top, margin bottom, arrays, and not array. That was a mistake. But basically, that's where you learn how the margin, the padding, breathing space, and all that works in CSS. So let's say that we've got this item like this. The space that we have here is the margin, but whatever space that you want to add inside is the padding. Now, padding X is basically the x-axis. That is the space you add to the left and the space that you add to the right. Padding Y is the y-axis, which is the space you add to the top and the space you add to the bottom. Okay, this outer space over here is the margin. I'm going to denote it as M. This inner space here is the padding. Padding is basically the breathing space that you add to elements that are inside a space. Padding is the breathing space you add to elements that are outside. Okay. So yeah, that is it. Let me get back here. I think if I'm to give this let me give this a text white so that you can start seeing what's going on. So what I'm going to do is give this UL. I'm going to immediately give it instead of doing that, let's give it to the LI instead. So LI, I'm just going to say text gray 300 ASAP so that you can see it's coming here. Very good. There you go. And let's complete the styling of this. So I gave it a px3rem. I also want to give it a py, which is padding at the top, and at the bottom I'm also giving it a 3y. You can see, but we're adding some breathing space here at the top, at the left, at the right, and at the bottom. Okay. And I also want to give the UL a specific background. So I'm going to say bg #141618, and then I'm going to say rounded full. So I'm going to say rounded dash full. Very good. And then I'm going to create a border and also say border gray should be 700. So a border is basically adding a line across the whole element, and then border gray 700 is what is the color of the border that we just added. So it will be looking something like this. Rounded full is basically saying, hey, I want the corner of the item to be fully rounded. Give it a circular rounded view, just like you can see over here. Okay. And when you have done that, that's pretty much what we want to do. Let's go ahead and check out the final image and see what we currently have over there. Good. So yeah, let's style out the LIs. The LI, we give it a text gray. Okay, instead of even styling out the LI, let's style out the A tag instead, because sometimes A tags seem to be a little bit stubborn if you're not styling them on their own. So instead of styling its parents LI, style the child A tag. Okay, it's a stubborn child. So I'm going to say font medium, and I want the text to be large. I'm going to say text large, and whenever we hover on the text, I want the color of the text to change. So the color of the text should change to text blue 500. Very good. I also want to add a transition so it doesn't immediately, like glitch on and off. Let it fade out gently. I'm going to say duration 200, and then let's save this and see what we currently have. Oops, that's the final website. Now see, when you hover, can you see that nice looking blue? That fades out gently. That's very good, but I don't like the 500. It's too much. So I'm going to make it 300 so that we have something that looks like this. Well, there you go. There you go. That's very nice. Looking at the completed website, I think I'm happy with what I currently have. About, benefits, integration, pricing, and testimonials. Whoops, pricing is missing. This is where array comes in very handy. If you get over here to this array and just add pricing, you don't need to add anything again. Immediately it will get included to the list, and now we should be able to see pricing. Good. Guys, I think the gap between this is not really that much. Let's go ahead and add some gap to it. So back to my code. I keep making mistakes when switching back to my code, and I keep mistakenly opening up. I mistakenly open up this one a lot. So for the gap, I'm just going to say gap should be 6. And whoops, I opened that again. Mistake. And there you go. I have a nice looking gap over here. Let's work on the button that says sign in. So for that button, I'm going to get down here and give it a class name. Remember the button. And I want this button to have a flex. All the items in this button should be on the center. And let's give this button a color. So I'm going to say BG blue 500. And let's see what we currently have. Good. That's okay. Or you could use a custom color. You could say BG then hash and say 0BA 5EC 5EC. And let's see how this one is looking. Very good. I love that. Now that you have that, I want the text that's in that button to be white instead of black. The text that was there was black. I don't want that. It should be white. I want the size of the button to be this. On the largest screen, I want it to be 17px. I'm going to say 17px. But then on my tablets and iPad, I want the text to be small. So just say text SM. And then on my smallest screen, my mobile phones and all that, I want the text to be small. So we should now have something that looks like this. Very good. I love this. Okay, yeah, this is okay for me. Now I'm going to give it a font medium. I want it to have a font medium. And then we need to add some breathing space in the button. We don't have any breathing space in the button right now. It's all joined together. So for you to add a breathing space on the largest screen, the breathing space for the button should be px5. On my tablet, the breathing space for the buttons should be px6. On my mobile phone, the breathing space for the button should be 4. You know, of course, px is on the x-axis, so it will look something like this. X-axis, always remember, it's left and right. All right, so now that you have done that, let's also add some to the Y. So on my large screen, on the 2XL, I want the button, the space on the button for the top and the bottom to be 2XL should be PY3, 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 LG should be PY2, and my small screen should just be PY1. Good. We save, and this is what we currently have. All right, I really love how it's coming together. Make it a rounded full, and then give it a cursor pointer so that when you hover on it, it shows that hand icon. Okay. All right, that's it, guys. Let me see what we currently have there. This looks perfect. Let's tile out the, okay, when we hover, nothing is happening. Let's work with that. Let's work on that. So when we hover, we want the background to become BG red 400. BG red 400. If you don't really like this, play around with it. Let me add a cool transition to it. Duration should be 150. So when we get back here now, when we hover, can you see? That looks very, very nice. And I love that. So let's style out this sign in here. I need some space in between the sign in and the login. So one way of doing this is by giving it a gap. You could say gap 1, and you immediately see a gap over there. Or you could say gap 2, depending on what you want. And I think I need a stroke width for that. So for the login, I'm going to make it a little bit thicker by adding a stroke width. And I'll say 4. Let's see what we currently have there. Good. Okay. How about I wrap this in a string that says 4? All right. I love that. Let me get back to my code editor over here. And that's pretty much what I want, though. Let me get back here. This is looking good. So on mobile, on my tablet, this is how it's looking. Okay. On my mobile, this is how it's looking. On mobile, I should just totally remove this navigation. So what I'm going to say is on mobile, this UL should be hidden. And to do that, you just need to say on LG, it should be flex. But on mobile, it should be hidden. Oops, we already have another flex over here. So remove this LG flex here and add that LG here. So on the mobile, we want it to be hidden, but on the large screen, we want it to show, which means we want it to be flex. Okay. So now when you get back to the mobile, we can't see it again. Very good. That's how we write responsive designs in Tailwind. Now look at our tablets. Our tablet looks good and our large screen looks good. All right, our header is coming in together. The very last thing we need to work on is our sidebar, and we'll be done. So to work on our sidebar, we need to use shard.cn. Go ahead and open up shard.cn, and we'll be using shard.cn sheets. Now, shard.cn already gave us a component for a sidebar, but then if you want to go ahead and work with shard.cn sidebar, trust me, it will be a nightmare for you. The workaround I have for this is basically using shard.cn sheets. And whenever I use shard.cn sheets, it's tie my tongue a little bit. Whenever I use shard.cn sheets, it's just a no-brainer for me. It works perfectly well. So I also want to do that for you guys. I'm going to come over to sheets over here. And then we need to install this. Go ahead, copy that. Get back to your code, to your Show app code. And I want you to run this, which is npx shard.cn at latest add sheets. So this will go ahead and get installed for us. Now, if this gets installed, we're going to have an alias problem, which is basically a way that ShardCN and those popular and modern components know how to import things. Also, we are still using this imports that goes by ... But then whenever you have an alias, it uses an @ symbol. Don't worry, you better understand this when we work with it, okay? So alias imports in React, or alias, please, can you let me know how that's pronounced? Maybe I'll look it up later after this tutorial. Alias imports in React, or maybe in JavaScript in general, basically allows us to import files using short custom paths instead of long relative paths like ... which isn't really cool. So instead of doing ... you can just say @ / then call whatever you want to. Okay, so we'll do that when ShardCN is done installing. ShardCN is asking us if we should allow it to create a component. Of course, it can go ahead and create a component for us. We need that to work. But then you can see it's saying no import alias found in this particular file over here. That's a big problem. So for you to install it, we need to go ahead and do something that is a little bit different from what we currently have. So I want you to go ahead and install something. Say npm install -d vite-tsconfig-paths. So install this package, and then in our vite config.js, or if your own is vite config.ts, it's totally acceptable. I want you to import something. So we need to go ahead and import tsconfig paths from vite tsconfig. And alongside the Tailwind configuration, go ahead and call the tsconfig paths and initialize it like this. Okay, so we have done that, but our alias hasn't been installed. So just give it some seconds, okay, for it to get installed. All right, there you go. We've successfully installed it. So let's start installing ShardCN again. And if we get the issue, then we'll go ahead and create a new JS config JSON for us to fix the issue. Okay. All right. The Vite has been successfully installed. Finally, go ahead and create a new JS config rather, my bad. JS config.json. And then in that file, you need to add some things. So we need a compiler option. This is basically what we want. And then instead of adding this target and all this, I'm going to add my base URL. My base URL should just be a dot in here. Okay. Then add a comma. My parts in this place is where we create our alias. So in a string, I'm going to say @ then star. And then all the things that we will be importing will be in a folder called source/, just like this. And when you have done that, that's pretty much what we want to do. So let's just go ahead and finally include this down here. So down here, I'm going to say include, and we just want to include the source folder like this. When you've done that, that's pretty much it, guys. Nothing else. I'm getting an error over here. What's the problem? Let's take a look at what's going on. Oh, okay. I think my JavaScript was still trying to reload. Now it's done reloading, and that error has been fixed. Okay, now let's go ahead and install ShardCN sheet one more time. We've successfully added alias. That's very, very nice. You will also find this in the tutorial with step, okay? So make sure to look out for that. So I choose yes to install components. Also choose neutral. And then when false comes up, choose false. All right, there you go. Our sheet has been successfully installed by ShardCN. I'm going to open up the ShardCN again. And at the top, click on code. And let's bring in all this. So I'm going to copy all this and bring it into my code. Into the header, paste this at the top over here. Okay. And when you have done that, let's also get down here and grab this sheet. So grab this. In fact, if you don't want to grab this, you can always type all this out by yourself, okay? Sometimes grabbing that could break something to your application. So let's just type it out by ourselves. All right, so you can see that here it's saying, hey, I'm trying to import something from this location here, but then we seem to be having a problem. Let me stop my server and run it again. That problem is not supposed to occur since we have installed the alias imports. Yeah, that's not supposed to occur. So I'm gonna get back here, and reload this page just to make sure that we don't have that error. But if we really have it, then we'll go ahead and fix it. Okay, good. I knew we are not supposed to have that error. That's okay now. So back to the header, just in this button over here, below the button, I'm gonna create a new sheet component like this, and then below it, I'm gonna create a new sheet trigger like this, and then the sheet trigger I'm gonna add as child to it. So as child in ShadCN lets you replace the default HTML tag of ShadCN component. For example, like a button, it will help you replace this with your own elements. For example, when we add as child and add this in here, it will let us replace the default item that the sheet trigger will give us with our own item. Okay, so over here, instead of this, we can go ahead and add our own item. So I'm gonna call our item align right. It's a lucid icon called align right. So bring that in, and I'm gonna give it a class name and say text gray 300, text gray 300, and I also want to say 2XL hidden, 2XL hidden, and then block. Very good. Let's also increase the size of the icon. I'm gonna say the size of this icon should be 40. We save that, and let's see what we currently have over here. Let me get back here. This is the sheet trigger. We are supposed to see it show up somewhere here, but it's not. So let's quickly reload this page and see what we have. So we can't see anything because we are not on the mobile. You can only see it on the mobile here. Can you see that? Very good. This button over here, do we really want to show it on the large screen? Now it's up to you if you want to show it, but left to me, I don't want to show it on the large screen. So for the button, I will say on 2XL it should be shown, but else it should be hidden. So that way you will not be able to see the button. You only see this icon here. Can you see that? Very good. So with that, let's go ahead and add some items below the sheet trigger. So I'm going to add another one for sheet content. And in the sheet content, we need to have the very first thing, which is going to be the sheet close, which is a button to close the sheet. And then we will replace it with our own item. So I'm going to add as child. And the one we want to use is going to be a button. And our button is going to have a lucid icon X mark, just like that. Let's increase its size. So the size, I'm going to say 30. And let's style out our button a little bit. For our button, I'm going to say class, and then I'm going to give it an absolute, and right should be 4, top should be 4, text gray 300, and whenever we hover on our button, we want the text to be white. Oh, very good. Let's see what we have. So open this up, click on that, and as you can see, it opened up our sheet for us, and you can see our button showing up here. So you might be wondering, Destiny, what is right for, top for? What are all these? Now, this is basically relative and absolute in TailwindCSS. I won't be diving very deep into this. Check out our TailwindCSS masterclass, and also check out our CSS masterclass course to find out how this works in-depthly with its own separate tutorial. But let me quickly explain. So let's say that we have a box over here, and in this box, you have an item in this box that's sitting maybe here. Let's say we have that box, and then we have another box in here like this. So now you want this box not to stay below this one, but to come in here and stay here. And in here, you want to be able to move it maybe to the bottom, to the right, to the top, or to the left. What you do is give the parent element where you want the item to be a relative. So take R as a relative. I'm going to add it over here, relative, and then give the item that you want to move around an absolute class. That is why you can see here, we give this an absolute, yeah? And then the parent, sheet close or sheet content already has relative. It was added by ShadCN, in case you're wondering. That's why we can't see it over here. So what we are doing is, we are taking that little X mark that we have. Now let me make this into an X mark so that you can better understand. So we have a little X mark here. So now what we are doing is basically taking this X mark and then putting it over here. By default, it will be here. When you say right 0, it goes all the way to the right like this. When you say right 4, it comes out a little bit. And then when you say top 4, it comes down from the top a little bit. Hence, you will see it show up here. That is why on the mobile of this, you can see how it's looking. Let me mock my mobile version. iPhone 12 Pro is what I want to use. Good. You can see now when we click on this, this is where it's showing. Can you see that 2 stars over there or the 2 X marks? That does not make any sense at all. So we need to change that up. For you to change that up, go ahead and open up the sheet close and locate where you have an X icon here. Can you see this X icon? Go ahead and remove this 2. We don't really need that anymore. So delete that 2, and then over here, it should be gone. So let's see. You open this up and we can now see only our own. This sidebar should be dark. It should not be as light as that because we are working on the dark theme. So for the sheet content, give it a class name of, and in the class name, I'm just going to say BG, and then we add our own custom color. I'm going to say hash 1416161B. Very good. And I want the padding to be 8. So right now, if you check it out, you will see that it will be a dark color like this. Very good. I love that. Let's see what we have. So we close, we open. That's working perfectly well. So below the sheet close, that is where we need to have an array of items. So we'll have a UL again, and we'll have an, let's map through the array. So I'm going to say array dot map item and index. So this is how we create a map function, and then we create an li. This li is basically what we now hold the item. Good. Let's style this out. So let's start off by styling the ul. The ul is going to have a flex, and then flex cool, and then it will have gap 8, and then it will have empty 3rem, which is margin top 3rem. So flex, remember what I said flex will do? Let me explain. So let's say that we had a box like this. Let me move over here to the right so that I can better explain. Let's say that we had box, box, box. As soon as you give this a flex, it will immediately become box, box, box like this on the x-axis. As soon as you give this a flex cool, it will immediately get down like this again. But now the trick is that it already has the display flex assigned to it, which means you can now easily say something like justify center and it comes to the center, or item center and it comes to the center. You can now play around with its positioning with justify center and item center. Okay, so that's basically what we are doing here with the links that we have in this array. I hope that makes sense. So that's it for the UL. Let's style out the LI. It shouldn't be difficult. So for the class name, I'm going to say text-gray-300 font medium. And then I want the text to be LG. Whenever we hover on the text, I want us to add a new color to it. Just say text blue, maybe 400. And I'm adding a transition, and I'm going to say duration 150. So duration dash 150, and then we save our code. So when you have done that, that's pretty much what you want to do, guys. That is it. So what we just need to do is get back here, and you can now see we have all this. Good. So that sign in button, let's add it down here so that we don't miss it. So take that sign in button again and add it just below the UL. Yeah. And remove this 2XL hidden thing. Just remove all that. Remove the hidden and remove this 2XL so that we can now see the button show up here again. Oops. I don't really like the way it's looking. So let's put this button in a div so that it does not take the whole width. Putting it in a div is going to minimize the amount of width that it takes. All right, I love that. Let's add a padding to the top of the button. Say empty 20 so that it gets down a little bit like this. All right, guys, I really love the way this has turned out to be, and I think that's going to be it for the header. Our header is looking good. It's responsive. We have items over here. We have a close button. We have a button over here, and everything seems to be working perfectly well. That is going to be it for the header. In the next one, we will get started working with the hero section. It will be pretty nice. Hopefully you enjoyed this video and learned something new. If there is something that you don't understand, if there is something that you need help with, let me know and I'll be more than happy to help you out. That's going to be it. I hope to see you in the next one. And until then, mad love. Peace out. Hey guys, and welcome back to another video in the SaaS application using React and TailwindCSS. In this one, we'll get started working with the hero section in our application. Hopefully you will enjoy the video and learn something new. So let's get started. All right, so I'm going to open up my code editor one more time, and we are done with everything here. So let's just close up everything and then open up our hero JSX. Very good. Before we continue, let's import some things. So I want to import chevron right. Import chevron right from our Lucid React. And from the images, I want to import brand 1, 2, 3, 4, screenshot 1, dot hero, and element 1. Okay, so I'm going to say import brand 1. Oops, that should be brand 1. Good. And with that, we need brand 1, brand, oh, there should be a dot over there. 2, 3, 4. That's brand 1, 2, 3, 4. So just change this up. This should be 2. This should be 3. This should be 4. And then I need screenshots. So screenshot 1. I also need dot hero. And finally, I need elements 1. Good. Import all this and we should be done. So here, remove the hero and let's create a new section. This section is going to have 3 images. So there's going to be image 1, which is going to be the element 1. Very good. And also element 1 for the second image. Now, these 2 images will basically be this light ray that you can see over here. Can you see that? So that's what it is. Open up your site and you can see the light ray coming up. Oh, you can't see anything because in the app JSX, we commented it out. So open up your app JSX one more time and then uncomment the hero section. And let's see what we have. Good. Can you see 2 light rays now? That's very good. Let's get back to the hero section and style this out a little bit. Give this section a relative class. Very good. Remember I explained absolute and relative in the last one. And for this one here, I'm going to add a class name. And what we basically need is to give this an absolute. And for the very first one, I need it to go all the way to the left. So left should be 0. So for the first one, I need it to go to minus top minus 64, which means from the top, it should come down. Let me show you what it will look like. Oh, you can see that there, but it's not really showing up. What's going on? Can I get back to my app JSX and uncomment everything that we have over here so that we can see some things coming? So I'm going to remove all these comments and do the same thing for all these ones too. All right, so that we can have something that looks like this. Okay. And could we, for now, can I even just say height screen? Okay. Just allow me. Let me see how we can make this to be full for now. We'll change it back to auto. But for now, I want us to have a, yeah, this is what I want. This is exactly what I wanted. Okay, so I'm gonna go back to commenting all these other things out. I don't need them for now. Back in the hero, see this first image came down and started here. That's what I wanted. Oh, it's not starting from here. Minus top minus 64. We basically take the image way up. Let me show you with Excalibur so that you can understand. So let's say that we have this here as our website, or let me even use this one over here as our website. And then this image here, let me bring in this image so that you can understand. So that image is over here by default. When you say top 3, it will come down. When you say top 20, it will come down. But when you add minus, it goes up and it goes inside the website, which means you can't see it. Does that make sense? That is why this is going way in. Now, not only that it's going to the top, I want it to go all the way to the right. So I'm going to say minus right dash 32. So now you can see this is where it's going. And for this other one, I want to flip it around. But even before flipping it, it will still have minus top minus 64 and minus left minus 32. But its only problem is that we need to flip it the other way. So to flip in Tailwind, you say minus scale minus x dash, then in the brackets, you put 1. So this is going to flip it around. Good. Can you see that? So it's beginning to come together, guys. That is it. Can you see what we have here? It's still the same thing that we have over here. All right, that's good. I really love how this is looking. So now let's go ahead and create every other thing that we will be needing, starting with this one here. If you take a close look at this, you see that it has a subtle glow to it, which is very, very nice. Let's do that. So below this image, I'm going to create a new span. Oh, let's put this in a div instead. I think it makes a whole lot of sense that we're putting it in a div. That div, I want the width of that div to just be 20. Okay, I don't want it to be too wide. And then we create a span. This first, in fact, the two spans will have the same thing. So their text should be introducing, let me just say introducing Shaw over here. And then this span and this span, we're going to give them a class name. And for the class name, they need the same BG. So I'm going to say BG should be hash 181A20. And they need the same PX5, the same PY1, with the same width should be 45. Their text should be at the center. They need a border. Top should be 10. And the border color should be, oh, this is the how far we want it to go from the top. I will add that later. The border color should be hash, and I'm going to say 0BA, 0BA, 5EC. 5EC. Good. And then here we say font medium. Font medium. Now on the largest screen, I want the text to be SM. And then on my iPads and tablets, I want the text also to be SM. But then on my mobile phone, I want the text to be XS. So finally, the text color should be same as this here. So I'm just going to get back and copy this and then get back to the text color here and paste. Very good. So we need to also give these a rounded full. And then we also need to say absolute. Right should be 0. Left should be 0. MX should be auto. So saying right 0, left 0, MX auto basically means, hey, we want you to bring the item to the center. Using Excalibur, let me show you. I promise to be showing you guys everything using Excalibur so that you can understand. Okay, so let's say that this over here is our website. And we have this little cube that was in here. When you say left 0, when you say right 0, it goes all the way to the right. When you say left 0, it goes all the way to the left. But now it already knows that, hey, this is the exact space that I have between the left and the right. As soon as you say center, it knows how to locate the center. And to say center is just as good as saying MX auto. Okay. And after you have done that, let's see what we currently have. So back to our website here, you can see what we have. This. But then it's not glowing. What's going on? For you to glow, all you just need to do is just over here, give the very first one at the top a blur MD. So we are blurring the very first item there, and good. See, I don't know if you can see that, but it's actually already glowing. That's very good. Very, very subtle glow, nothing much, and good. That's what I wanted. So let me bring it to the bottom a little bit. To do that, you say top 10, and then it's going to push it down from the top to the bottom a little bit. Good, guys. I really love that. Now below this, I'm going to create a new H1. And for that one, I'm going to say revolutionize your HR and the payout operations. So revolutionize your HR. And I want to break this. So add a BR tag. Break your HR and payroll operations. Very good. This break tag should only show on the large screen. I don't want it to show on the small screen. So say 2XL should be block. On LG2 it should show. So on LG I'm gonna say block, but on mobile I want it to be hidden. Good. So with that, now we can see it's showing up. Yeah, can you see it over here? Very good. So guys, I think just one thing is missing here, but don't worry, we'll work with that later. Let's style out the H1 so that you see how it will look. So the H1 is going to have a text center. I want it to be at the center, and I want the text to be white. I want the font to be semi-bold, and on the largest screen, I want the text or the font size to be 7XL. On the large screen, I want it to be text 6XL. And on my small screen, I want it to be text 4XL. And I want to add some leading to it. So I'm going to say leading should be 4rem. So leading should be, or you could even say 5rem. Okay. So I'm going to say 5rem. Good. So leading is basically the line height for the text. Okay. I want to capitalize. Capitalize is basically making the first characters in the H1 tag to be uppercase, and MT6, which is margin top, to be 6. And let's see what we currently have. Good. This is what I wanted. All right. I really love the way this looked. That's very, very fine. All right. This is good. Oh, this is not still looking good. It's overlapping with the introducing show. Let's style out the section. Give the section a flex. Remember what I explained with flex cool. I'm going to give it a flex cool. And now I'm going to give it an items center. And then I also want to give it a justify center. Let's add some paddings. On the biggest screen, I want the padding to be 10 rem. So say 10 rem over here. On my iPads or tablets, I want the padding X to be 4 rem. I'm going to say 4 rem. And then on my mobile, I want it to be 1 rem. So 1 rem. Good. On my 2XL, which is my largest screen, I want my PY to be 3 rem. 3 rem. I want my, okay, this should be 5 rem instead. If you don't want to type out all this, just copy and paste, okay? I want my LG to be 4 rem. And finally, I want my small screen PY to be 3 rem. The PY should be 3 rem. Let's also add an MT10 so everything gets to the bottom from the top. Okay, so with this, see, this is how it's looking. Very good. All right, that's it for the H1. Let's go ahead and create the little P tag. So I'm gonna create a div over here. This div is gonna have a P tag. This P tag is gonna have a text that will say simplify workforce management, comma, stay compliant, comma, and boost employee. Then in the BR tag, engagement with our all-in-one platform. With our all-in-one platform. Very good. For the BR tag, remember how we usually work with BR tags? We break them apart. Okay, so I'm going to take this class name over here for this BR and put it in this one over here. this is basically saying that on mobile, we don't want to show the BR tag. We only want to show it on the largest screen and also on our iPads. Does that make sense? And after you have done that, let's see how it's looking. Okay, not really looking good right now. See where it is. Let's go ahead and style it out so that you can see. Let's give this p tag over here a class of text gray 300. And I also want to say on the 2XL, the text should be LG. On the tablets, the text should also be LG. But on the mobile, the text should be SM. And then we'll say text center. Very good. Let's save and see what we currently have. Good. That's what we have. So let's add some breaks or some spacing. On the 2XL, we want the padding at the top to be 5. On the LG, we want the padding at the top to be 5 also. But on the small screen, we want the padding at the top to be 3. Very good. You could do the same thing for the bottom. So you can still copy this over here and paste. But this time around, it's going to be for bottom. This T, and this T over here is going to be for bottom. And let's see what we currently have here. Good. Let's look at our main web application. See, it's coming together and that looks really nice. I really love the way it's turning out. Okay guys, that's it. Let's go ahead and add the button. So below the p tag, let's even remove this div. Okay, let me remove that div. Below this p tag, I'm going to create a new button element and it's going to say start your journey. Very good. Let's style it out. Remember the style that we gave the button at the top? That's the same style that we are giving this. You can copy and paste if you want, but I'm just going to type it out for you. So I'm going to say flex and I'm going to say items dash center. I want to add a gradient to the button. So I'm going to say BG gradient to right. So we want the gradients to start from left and go to right. The very first color that should be in the gradient should be hash. Then I'm going to say 0BA, 0BA, 5EC. And the color that should be at the middle of the gradient should be var. And then I'm going to say blue 500. And the last color should be 2. Then pink 500. Pink 500. So with this now, this is how the button is going to be looking. Good. Can you see that? Looks really good. The only thing that's missing is you need to say text white. Text white. Let me close this off so that you can see everything. And after text white, I want the text to be LG. So text LG. And then we'll say font should be medium. And then padding on the x-axis should be 6. Padding on the y-axis should be 3. Margin top should be 8. Rounded should be full. Rounded should be full. And then cursor should be pointer. So cursor pointer. The index should be 1. It should be at the very top. Okay. Whenever we hover, let's change. Okay, when I hover, I don't want to change anything for the button. Let's just leave it as it is, okay? So with this now, we have our button looking like this. And I really love this. I love how it's looking. So yeah, that is it. If this color over here isn't really what you want, we could change it up. Because yeah, there's a problem. I knew it. There's a problem. So this should be hash 0 over here. 0. Oh, whoops, that should be 0BA5EC, not 53C. So 5EC is now going to make it look like this. Very good. I love this. So below the start your journey, let's add our chevron icon over there. So I'm going to add my chevron right. So let me copy that from the top where I imported it. And those down here, I'm going to paste it. There you go. We have the chevron right showing up over there. Let's check out how it's looking on our web page. Good. That's it, guys. So when you have done this, that's pretty much what we want to do for now. Let's go ahead and also create one last p tag for trusted by, companies and all that. So for that, below this button, I'm going to have a p tag. So below this button, we're going to have a p tag. And then in this p tag, we're going to have a text that says trusted by industry leading organizations worldwide. And in this p tag over here, there's going to be a class name that's going to say text gray 300. Text gray 300. We're also going to have 2xl. On the 2xl, we want to have text lg. So let me make sure that I'm here. On the 2xl, text should be lg. Text lg. On the large screen, text should also be lg. I want that. But on my small screen, text should be sm. I also want the text to be on the center. On the 2xl, I want the margin top to be 8. Take note, on the 2xl, I want the margin top to be 8. On the LG, which is the tablet, I also want the margin top to be 8. But on the small screen, I want the margin top to be 4. Says the index of 1, so it will be on top of the image. Okay? When you have done that, we go ahead and save our code. And just below this p tag, we also have another div. This div is now going to be the one that's going to hold all the brand images. So over here, I'm going to create a div and also create another div over here. And in between this div is where we're going to have an image tag for the brands. I hope that makes sense. So let's check out how this p tag is looking before we continue. And then in here, I'm going to type in the image tag. And this image tag is going to have a source. This source is going to be brand 1. Okay. And then in this brand 1, we just need to give a class name. Let's style this out. So this class name is going to have object contain, so that all the images will be contained in the height and in the width that we're going to specify right now. On the 2xl, I want the height to be 3.5 rem. So I want the height to be 3.5 rem. On the LG, which is the tablet, I want the height to be 3 rem. And then on the small screen, I want the height to also be 3 rem. Very good. Duplicate this in 4 places. So I duplicated these images in 4 places and changed the brand 1, 2, 3, and 4. Finally, let's style this class over here. Let's style the elements that's holding all the images. I'm going to say empty4, and I'm also going to say grid, and then 2xl, and over here I'm going to say grid cos 4. Very good. For the LG, I'm going to say grid cos 4 again. And then for my small screen, I want it to be grid cos 2. Grid cos 2. And then items should be center. Don't worry, I'll explain the grid cos, okay? And I also want gap to be 4 rem. So gap to be 4 rem. All right, over here also, I'm going to have LG to be gap 4 rem, 4 rem, and I want to have Z1. Okay, so when you have done this, let's see what we currently have. So you can see how it's spaced out. Let me explain what the grid is going to do. So when you have items that are laid out like this, let me just show you. If you say it automatically should be in a grid, then that element will immediately be applied to it. If you say, hey, I want the grid cos to be 2, then you will see 2 at the top, 2 at the bottom. If you say you want the grid cos to be 3, you will have 3 at the top, and if there is still more items, it will continue from the bottom. If you want it to be grid cos 4, you will have 4 at the top, 4 at the bottom. So that's basically what we're doing. Here we are saying, hey, we want the whole 4 brand images to be in one line. Hence, we're able to see all these show up in one line like this. Does that make sense? Very good. All right, guys, with this, we are almost close to the end. Let's create the last 3 elements and we are done. So for the last one, or for the third to the last, it's going to be an image. So we have an image like this with a source. The source is going to be dot hero. So we have this dot hero that's going to be showing up. Let me show you what it will look like. So this is what it will look like. Let's see if that's going to show up. Can you see those dots down here? That looks really cool. Yep, that's what it's going to show up like. And over here, I'm going to create a class name and say absolute for the class. 2XL should be top, 17 rem. So 17 rem from the top. I also need an LG. Top should be 14 rem. 14 rem. And I also need 2XL to be width 80%. So 80% over here. And then object should be contain. Objects contain. And let's see what we currently have for it. So with that, here is where it is. And that looks really, really good. That's exactly where I wanted it to be. So with this now, down here, we're going to create a div that's not going to hold anything in it. So over here, I'm going to create a div like this. And also another div over here. You can break that apart if you want. But let's give it a class name. For the class name of this particular div, I'm going to say 2XL should be block. I want it to show on the large screen. I also want it to show on the tablet, but I want it to be hidden on the mobile. Let's give it an absolute so that we can play around with its position. What background should it have? For the background, I'm going to say it should have 0BA, 5EC, then 6B. Okay, and I want the height to be 10 rem. So height to be 10 rem. I also want the width to be 40 rem. 40 rem. And I want the blur to be 5 rem. 5 rem. And 2XL top should be 45 rem. So 45 rem from the top. And then on the tablets, I also want it to have a top of 40 rem. Top should be 40 rem. Very good. Let me show you guys what we have right now. So you're gonna see this subtle glow over here. What we are trying to create is this. Can you see this image here with this little glow that's showing up? Guys, that's what we are trying to create. Okay, so for the final one, we now need this image over here. So I'm gonna create a new self-closing image tag. It's going to have a source, and the item of the source is going to be screenshot 1. And let's see what we have, if it's exactly what we wanted. All right, that's very good. So I'm going to give it a class name. This should be equal to, and in here, I want to start by saying it should be object cover. On the 2XL, I want the margin top to be 5 rem. 5 rem. And I also want the margin top to be 2 rem. On the large screen, which is the tablet, I want the margin top to be 3 rem. And then on my small screen, I want the margin top to be 2 rem, which is a responsive design. And then I'm adding a border. I want the border color to be, I'm going to say 1B1C21. And here I'm going to say rounded extra large and Z1. Very good. Let's see what we currently have. All right. That is pretty much it for the hero section on mobile. This is how it's looking. Very, very responsive. Let me show you how it's looking on our tablets. So on our tablets, it will be looking like this. See? Pretty. Then on our large screen, it will be looking like this. Perfect. So that is it for our hero section. In the next one, we will get started working on the about section. Hopefully you enjoyed this and learned something new. If there is something that you don't understand, if there is something that you're having issue with, let me know and I'll be more than happy to help you out. But for now, that's pretty much it. I hope to see you in the next one. And until then, mad love. Peace out. All right, guys, let's get started with the next section. So in this one, we'll be working on the about components, and this is what we'll be working on over here. As you can see, this is the completed site. So I'll be using this as a reference website, and then we'll see our results over here. As you can see, this only contains the hero section, but this one contains everything. So this is what we will work on in this particular video. So let's get back to the code editor, and then I'll open up the about components. And just open up your sidebar and locate the about in the components folder. And then when you are in here, you remove this div and change it to a section, because we are hell-bent on using semantic tags in HTML. And after that, in the section, we'll have a span. Instead of writing out the span, because what we're trying to build is this. Let me show you again. This is what we're trying to create over here, this about upshift. Instead of rewriting the code for this, we already have this in the home page or in the home component. So let's just quickly go over to the home component and grab this from there. Okay. So I'm going to open up the home, or did we call it index? Let me locate it from here. Oh, it's called hero, not home. Then this is what I'm looking for here. You see this div? That's what I want to grab. Just take that, get back to the about JSX, and then paste this down here and save your code. After you have done that, let's see what we currently have here. So with that, you can now see that we have this white background over here. We can't really see anything down here. Let me scroll. This is what we have here. And why do we have two scroll bars? That does not make any sense. So let's fix that up. All right, so as you can see, we have two scroll bars here, which totally does not make any sense. To fix this, we need to get back to our app JSX. And then you can see that over here, we added height screen. We need to change this to height auto. What height screen will do is basically set the height to whatever visible screen you can see over here. But what height auto will do is automatically increase the height based on new items that get added to the components. So that is why I'm going to remove that. And as you can see, this is okay now. Very good. So now that we have done this, I'm going to uncomment the about. You can see we have that commented out. I'm going to uncomment that. And then when we get back here, we can now see the about page. Let me see. Is that even coming in? Save my code, rerun it again. And I can't see anything in here. All right, so now that this is working as expected, let's get back to our code editor, get back to about JSX, and we've pasted this code, but we can't see anything. That is because we need to add something here to the section. So in the section, just create a class name and give it a relative. That way now we should be able to see what we have added here. Can you see that? That is because this one already have an about here. You can see about, they both have about. You need a relative to actually make it work. Very good. Now I want everything to be at the center. Everything that we will be working on, I want it to be at the center like this. You can see the way this text is at the center. This is at the center. This is at the center. That's what we were trying to do. So we need to give it a flex and make the flex direction to become column. I believe I've explained this in the past using Excalibur. If you've forgotten, let me quickly open up Excalibur one more time and re-explain this. While Excalibur is opening up, I'll just add up the classes that we need. We need flex, flex call, we need items, center, and justify center. Very good. And then on the large screen, I want the px to be 10 rem. So on the large screen, I want the px to be 10 rem. On the tablets, I want the px, which is the padding on the x-axis, I want it to be 4 rem. And then on the small screen, which is our mobile devices, I want the px to be, you could just say 1 rem. Very good. And we need to do the same thing for the py also. So I'll just grab everything that we have over here and just paste it down there and then change things up. So here, change this to y. This should be y. This also should be y. I'm just going to type y down there. For the py, the 2xl should be 5 rem instead of 10 rem. For the lg, it should be 3 rem instead of 4 rem. And the mobile device should just be 1 rem. Very good. So with that, let me explain what we are trying to do over here. Then we continue with the explanations. Okay. So down here, let's say that we have this as our website, and then we have a group of items here. I believe I've explained this in the past. If you give this a display flex, what will happen is this will immediately come side by side like this. As you can see, this is what display flex will do. Now, if you give it if you give it item center, it will immediately take this and bring it over here. Can you see that? Then if you give it justify center, it will bring it to the center like this, while everything is still being on the same line. But then if you give it a flex cool, everything will get stacked again vertically. It's just like saying, hey, I want the flex direction to be column. Everything will get stacked like this while still being at the center like this. Does that make sense? So that's basically why we give it a flex cool, so that everything will be stacked in the center. Very good. The PX and the PY is basically adding a padding to the X axis and also to the Y axis. It's as simple as that. All right, so below this, we're going to create a H1 tag over here. Let's look at the main website. Does the H1 here match up with the H1 here? Well, it's almost the same thing. I think just a little, just some font size. So if you want to type, if you don't want to type all that out, so you could basically copy what we have here. You could even copy this P tag too. I think I need the both, the H1 and the P tag, and then we could just paste it here in place of this H1 and the P tag. Very good. Let's see what we have here. So you can now see that we have this and we also have this. That's good, but let's change up the text. This is the text I used over here. I'm going to take that and still put it down here. I need that BR tag, guys. I need to break something. So this one was broken here at the 4. So over here, I'm going to add this, and then that should be it. All I just need to do now is remove this one. So you see this old text, I'm going to remove it. So I'm just trying to change up some text. Now you can see something that looks like this, your complete solution for modern HR management. And then I'm also going to take this one here, that's simple description, and replace it with this one down here. Just go ahead and paste, and let's see what we have. So you can see this is what we currently have. You could break it if you want, it's up to you, but I actually want to break it. So I'm going to take this and look for a suitable place to break it. Let's see where the original one got broken at. We broke it here at the insights keyword. So look for that. That's somewhere here, and then paste your BR tags. Now when we get back here, you can now see that this should look good, but this text are still very, very large. Let's go ahead and fix that up. For the H1, we need to make it a little bit smaller. The text size that we should use for that should be 5XL on the largest screen, 4XL on the tablet, and then 2XL on our mobile. So on the largest screen, we're going to have 5XL. On our tablets, we're going to have 4XL. And then on our small screen, we're going to have 2XL. Okay. So over here, I'm going to make this 2XL. So now when you get back here, they should now look something like this. Okay. The leading is a little bit much here. So let's reduce it. So as you can see, the original one isn't that spaced out, but this one is looking way spaced out. All right. So I'm just going to say 3.5 rem here. And you can see that the leading gets closed up a little bit. This is perfectly what I want. Let's make sure that everything is okay here. Of course, everything looks good. So let's quickly get down to building this one. After that, we're done with the about section. Hopefully, you already know that I'm switching between this tab and this one over here. Okay, so please don't get it mixed up. All right. So I'm going to get back here, and then below the P tag, I will create a new div. And in this div, we need to have 2 images. One is going to be the dot about, and another is going to be the screenshots too. So in here, I'm going to have an image. This is going to be just type out dot about and import that. And also screenshots too, and then import that. You already know I have these images for you, so you don't even need to stress about getting them. Now you can see the 2 images here, this one and this one over here. Okay, so what we are trying to do is this. We want to take this main image and put it on top of the dots here. And all this will be wrapped in a div that, as you can see over here, we have a border, a very faint border. Let me explain this using Excalibur before we start writing the code. So down here, let's say that we have this as an image. I'm going to give it a background. Okay, that should be a background like this. And then let's say that we have another one, which will be dots. Let's just call it dots. I'm going to give it a blue background. Very good. And let's also say that we have our main application here. These are our websites. It shouldn't have any background. I'll remove that and give it a black stroke. Currently, this is what we have. The dots are here, and the image it's just below the dots. Let me show you. So as you can see, right now we have the dots over here, and then we have this image down here. Oh, the image is actually down here, while the dots are somewhere here. So what we're trying to do is this. We want to take this image and put it on the dots. Okay, let me bring this to the front like that. And then we'll take everything and align it to the center, somewhere here, exactly below those texts that we had at the top. How do we do this? For us to do this, this is where we need to use something called relative and absolute. I believe I've used this before, but let me just re-explain in case you've forgotten. So relative and absolute classes in Tailwind or CSS in general are some basic tools that we use to position elements wherever we want them to be on the web page. So this is how it works. We have this here and we have our dots over here. If you give the parents element relative and give any other element that's inside the parents an absolute, you can take that element, which is the child element, and move it around anywhere you want in the parent. Does that make sense? I've explained this in the past. Let me show you. So I'm going to make this a little bit smaller so that it will be more realistic. And we have the parents. This one is the parents. This one is the child. So we are going to give this one a relative class. Let's get started doing that already. So the parents is going to be this div over here. I'm going to give it a class of relative. Okay. So as good as saying position relative in pure CSS. And then this over here are the two images that we currently have. One is the dots. One is the image. I don't know what it's called, but it's called screenshot 2. Okay. That is this one over here. So one is the dots. This is it. One is the screenshot 2. This is the main div. Okay. I think I should just change this up a little bit so that it will be a little bit different so that you can understand what's going on. Let me put this here and let's take that to be the dots. Okay. So this is going to be the dots. This is going to be the main image. Good. And this is going to be our div. So we are giving the parents div a class of relative. Take R to be relative. And then we'll give this two absolutes and absolute. What that means is we want these two elements over here, this and this, to become a child of this parent here. That means that we can take these two elements. Let me quickly grab my move tool and then bring it in here into the parents, and then we can move it around anywhere here. Moving it around inside the parents here does not mean that it cannot go out. It can actually go out, but then by default, it will have to move in here till you start maliciously, well, I don't want to use that word, but let's just use it, till you start maliciously pushing it out, maybe with minus top 3 or minus bottom 3, but you get the idea. So let's implement the code and maybe you will better understand what I'm trying to explain. So I'll get back here. All right, so after adding dots about and screenshot 2 over here, we need to add a class name and then add an absolute to the both of them. But then there's going to be a problem. We actually want the screenshots to be on the dot about. So what we just need to do is remove about from the screenshot 2, and it should only be in the very first one. Okay. So the description over here in Excalibur said that we need about 2 for the both of them, but we just need it for the first one. Okay, let me get rid of that. Now what's going to happen is this will immediately get, let me highlight this. This will immediately get in here and become a part of this div. Then by default, this image over here will immediately just come to the center. Let me bring that to the front. It will immediately come on top of this. So now when we get back here, you can now see that this is where we are supposed to be. You can now see the dots showing up. That's very good. So what we need to do now is just add some basic styling and we should be done. For example, we want everything to be at the center. So we're going to say flex and then justify center. So this is what we're about to do right now. I'm going to get back to Excalibur and quickly explain something. Let's say that, okay, I don't want to keep creating new instances of our web page. Let's just use what we already have over here. I can always remove it. Okay. So right now we have our main website like this. Yeah. I'm going to get rid of this, and this. I just need this. So our main website automatically brings everything that we have, or rather our main section automatically brings everything to the center. Remember the flex code, item center, and justify contents that we wrote over here in the code? Can you remember that? It will automatically bring everything to the center. But now when you have something else in that div, it's not going to go to the center. It will start from the first side or from the left side of the div. Now we want to make sure that this image here, which is this image, must always be at the center over here. And to do that, what you need to do is give this div a flex and also give it a justify center. Very good. Now from here, I think the next ones should be very explanatory. On the largest screen, I want the padding for the top and the bottom to be 3.4 rem. So for the top and bottom, I'm going to say 3.4 rem. And then on our tablets, like the iPad, the Samsung tabs, I want the padding to be 2.5 rem. So I'm going to say 2.5 rem. And then I want the padding to be 2 rem, just 2 rem on the small screen, okay, which is the padding on the top and the bottom. Now we need to repeat the same thing for the x-axis. For the 2XL, which is the largest screen, I want the px to be 16 rem. So I'm going to say 16 rem. Then for the tablets, I'm going to say the px should be 12 rem. So I'm going to say px should be, then in the brackets, I'm going to say 12 rem. And then finally, for the small screen, the px should be 4 rem. So I'll say px 4 rem. Very good. And then I also need to add a border to it. So right now, let me show you how it's looking already so that we don't go too far. Right now, this is how it's looking. We added all those space at the top, at the bottom, and also if you go to the mobile, you will see that it also looks like this. Very good. Oh, this is overlapping. Don't worry, we'll fix it up later. So this is how the border is currently looking. I don't really like it. It doesn't look good. So let's just go ahead and fix it up. I'm going to get back to the code and then let's add some styling for the border. So for the color, I'm going to give it a color of, it should be a little bit grayish. So I'll say 1B1, C21, 1B1, C21. And now it should look like this. Can you see? Very faint color. And then I want it to be rounded. So I'm just going to say rounded 3XL. Very good. And oh, that's not working. Oh, that's because I have this in uppercase. I'm going to say rounded 3XL. Or let's go with 2XL instead. So it should look like that. And then down here too, it looks like this. Very good. All right, this makes total sense. All right, so I think the border looks perfectly okay now. Let's style out this image here. Firstly, let me see how it's looking. Okay, I think I like the way it is. Let's style out this one here, this fat image. So for that one, I'm going to give it an object contain. What object contain will do is basically make sure that the image takes the exact height and width that we are giving to it. So for the height and width, I'm going to give it here a height. I'll say LG should be height 18 rem. And then I'm also going to say height here should be 16 rem on the small screen. Very good. All right, so now that we have done that, let's get back here. And this is looking perfect. Very good. I think the only thing that is missing right now is the fact that we need to take this dots to the very top here so that we don't have the space at the bottom. So to do that, for the dots about, just type out top 0 and then see it's now in there. I think we need to add more padding here so that it wraps up the remaining dots that we have down there. So to do that, over here that we have 2XL PY 3.4 rem, we just need to change that up to 3.5 rem and let's see what we have. I'm going to say 3.5 rem. Okay, I think I just need to say 4 rem so that it wraps it up perfectly well. Oh, 4 rem isn't working. Maybe 4.5 rem. 4.5 rem. Okay, now that's perfect. So for the spans, these are the things that we want to create. You see this here, this time off, analytics, and compliance. Those are the things that we are trying to create. So in the span, let's bring in a new icon. I'm going to call it $, and then we need to wrap it in the self-closing tag and then import it from Lucid React. You might not know what I did, but what I did was this. Let me go back. After I typed out the icon $, I selected everything, held down shift and clicked on my angle brackets, it automatically added it. Then I went in there and added the slash to it. Then I get back here and removed the N so that when I type it again, it will pop up some options for me, and then I can select Lucid React. Just a quick way of importing things. And then below it, I'm going to say payroll. That's the text I want to use there. Okay. Now let's style it up and then we'll duplicate it. For the span, I'm going to give it an absolute. Giving it an absolute means that it's going to be anywhere in here. It's going to be anywhere in here. I know. Let me check. Let me highlight this so that we can see. Okay, good. Can you see it over here? That's it. So giving it an absolute means that it's going to be in there. I know that you can't see it now, but don't worry, we'll bring it to the front. So what we need to do right now is, in the absolutes, I'm going to give it a 2XL. I want it to go 7.5 rem from the top. So I'm going to say 7.5 rem. What I will do is this. If you have this item here at the very top, that's because you've given it top 0. If you say top 1, it will come down a little bit. Top 2, it will come down. Top 3. If you say top 7.5 rem, it will come all the way to the bottom like this. So adding more value to the top will bring it to the bottom. If you say minus top, it will keep taking it up like this. Does that make sense? Till it's out of the screen. Very good. All right, so let's get back to our code. I said 2XL, top 7.5 rem. And then for the large screens, which is for the tablets and all, I'm going to say the top should be 6.8 rem. So 6.8 rem. And then on the normal screen, I'm going to say top should be 5 rem. So here we have 5 rem. And then we need to do the same thing for the left. And so I'm going to say 2XL. Left should be on the largest screen, which is 2XL. I want left to be 13 rem. Very good. And on the iPads or the tablets, I want the left to be, I'm going to say 9 rem. 9 rem. But I think I went out of the class. So I'm going to take this again and put it in here. Very good. And then on the small screen, I want the left to just be 1 rem. So I'm just going to say left should be 1. Very good. And then I also want to give this a flex item center so that the text and the $sign will be on the same line in that button. Okay. What we're trying to do is this. We currently have an icon like this here, and we also have a text that's sitting down like this. What we want to do is take that text and bring it side by side here, and then take the both of them and put it in the center of the button. This is it here. This icon and this text should be side by side, and they should also be in the center. That's what we are trying to do. So when you have given it item center, go ahead and give it a background. The background color that we want is going to be, I'm going to say hash 14161B 61B. Very good. And we need to add a padding X to them. Just say padding X3, padding Y2, give a border, and also say border color should be hash. And the color that we want to give is 1F. I'm going to get down here and paste the color. 1F2125 is the color. The text should be white, which is the payroll text. It should be white. And then I want the font width to be medium. So font medium. I want the text to be small, and I want it to be a little bit rounded, which is the border. Okay. When you have done that, let's get back and see what we currently have. I'm going to get back to my site. There you go. This is what we have. Looks good. The $sign will need to be changed up a little bit. So I'm going to give it a class name of margin right should be 2, so that it goes a little bit to the right. Can you see? But let's even say 1. I think I prefer 1. And then for the text, I'm going to give it a hash 0BA 5EC 5EC. Good. And I want to increase the stroke width. Oh, that should be out of the class. So if you want to increase the width of the icon, add the stroke width to it. And I'm going to say stroke width should be 4. Good. I want to also increase the size of the icon. I'm going to say it should be 15. Now we should have something that looks like this. All right, guys, I think I really love the way this is looking. Duplicate the span in 4 places and then save your code. There is a problem. Let me get back. So we have, let me get back again. So we have this now. I'm going to copy the span and then paste it down here and save my code. Paste down here, also save my code. Paste down here, also save my code. So they will all be in the same place for now till we start shifting them up. So let's start off by changing up the text. For this one, it will be compliance. Compliance. For the next one, we're going to have time off. Time off. And for the last one, it will be analytics. Analytics. Good. The icon for that one is going to be chat column increasing. Chats column increasing. And for the time off, it will be umbrella. Umbrella. Good. Hey, it's time off, not time FF. For the compliance, it will be scale. So scale from Lucid React. All right, but for now, they're all sitting on each other. Let's go ahead and space them out to where they're supposed to be. For the compliance, the top should remain as it is, 15 rem. Let's see. For the compliance, the top should be 15 rem. And then the top on the 2XL should be 19 rem. The top on the large screen should be 12 rem. And the top, okay, let's say 15 rem. And the top on the small screen should be 13 rem. We're trying to position it to where it should be, okay? Left should be 12 rem on the largest screen. And then on the small screen, left should be 9 rem and it should be 1 rem. So we should have something that looks like this. Can you see? Very good. Now for the time off, instead of styling left, we should style right. So over here, top for time off should remain as it is. I'm going to say 6.5 frame. We're going to have this over here also. Then instead of styling left, we're going to style right. Okay. So I'm going to put right over here. And let's see what we have. Oh, good. That's where we want it to be. And finally, for this one down here, we're also going to change it to right. Instead of left, we're going to have right. And let's see what we have. Oh, we also need to bring it down. Yeah, the top needs to change. So for the larger screen, it needs to be this one here. Take this here. Take that and put it down here for the tops. Yeah, good. And let's see what we have. Oh, perfect. That's very nice. Now it's up to you. If you want to change the color, you could go ahead and do that. I'm going to say red 500 for this one. And for this one over here, you can add anything that you want also. You could repeat the res if you want. You could change up the color to anything that you want, okay? For this one, I could say indigo 500. And then for this one here, I could say maybe blue 500. And for this last one here, what color will stand out? Let's say green 500. Good. And with that, when you get back, we can now see something that looks like this. Very, very nice. All right, guys, that's it. Let's hop below this div, create a new UL tag, and in this UL, create an LI tag. In this LI, I'm going to call an icon. So below the LI, create a new self-closing tag and call an icon that says circle check, which is going to come from Lucid React. And then below it, I'll say unified employee database. Very good. As you can see, we're almost done. So what you just need to do now is style out the UL. I'm going to give it a flex. I believe I've explained all this in the past. I'm also going to give it an items center. And on the 2XL, I want you to have a flex row. On the large screen, which is the tablet, I also want you to have a flex row. But then on the small screen, I want you to have a flex col. Very good. On the 2XL, I want you to have a gap of 8. And then on the large screen, which is the tablets, I also want you to have a gap 8. And then I want you to have a gap 1 on the mobile. Let's say have a margin top of 8 so that it's going to come down below the time of compliance, payroll, and analytics that we currently have. But then on the that should be MT8, not MT9. On the 2XL, I want to have the text size to be 16px. So here I'm going to have 16px. But then on the large screen, I want you to have a text SM. So the text should be small. Very good. And over here, I'm going to create a class name and give it a flex items dash center. And then we'll have text dash. Here, I'm going to have a hash 36b, then FFA. Very good. When you have done this, let's style out the icon and we should be done. So for the icon, I'm going to say size should be 20. Stroke width should be 3. And then finally, for the class name, I'm going to say MR1. We save and let's duplicate this in 4 places and then change up the text. So, okay, you can make it 3 places though, not 4. Okay. For the next text, I'm going to have instance regulatory compliance alert. And then for the last one, I'm going to have tailored analytics and reporting here. So just go ahead and type this text out. Okay, save this and type it out. And let's see what we currently have here. Good, that's pretty much it. So let's hop over to the next one, which is going to be the benefits page. All right, so let's quickly hop over to the benefits page. Now we have this, we also have this, we also have the about page. In the next one, we're going to get started with the benefits page. That's going to be it. Hopefully you enjoy that. Let's get into it. All right, so let's get started with the next components. In this one, we'll be working on the benefits component. I'm going to open up the app.jsx and uncomment the benefits. And let's get in there and start writing out the codes that we will need. So I'm going to start off by creating a section. And in this section, okay, let me show you what we're trying to build here. This is what we're trying to build. We'll have a div that's going to hold all this and another div that's going to hold this image. Then we'll have these 3 items over here. Then we'll have this and also this. That's what we're trying to build. So let's get back and create a structure before we continue. So we're going to have a div. And in this div, we'll have one other div that's going to have a H1. That H1 is going to say, power your HR team with smarter solutions. So in that, we're going to have power your HR team with smarter solutions. Very good. In that, below that H1, we're going to have a P tag that's going to say streamline workflows. I'm just going to paste that text down there. Now, just so you know, you can also use lorem ipsum text. Okay. So if you don't want to use this, you can as well say lorem 10. And you see, you get all this text here. You don't have to always type all this out. That's if you're just working on a tutorial. But of course, if you're working on a real project, go ahead and type it all out. Okay. Now, the next thing I need is just a very simple button that's going to say learn more. I'm going to hop over to the hero section, or let me take a close look at my header. So in my header, I have the sign in here. If you want, you could use this one that says start your journey. If you want, you could use this one. It's up to you. Okay. But in my hero, I'm going to look for that one that says start your journey, which is this button. And I'm just going to take that. And below the P tag, I'm going to paste that button that says start your journey. And I'm going to change it to say learn more. Learn more. Very good. Now, below this div that's holding everything, below this div here, I'm going to create another div. If you don't even want to create a div, you could just leave that out and just create an image. Okay. And in that image, we need an image called screenshot 5. Good. Save your code and let's see what we currently have. So down here, okay, allow your code to reload. Oh, I didn't import chevron right. That's why we can see this white page. So remove the T and type it again, then bring in chevron right. Let's see what we have here. Good, it's working now. So we can now see this and we can see this with all the text that we currently have over here. Let's go ahead and style it up and make sure that everything looks good as expected. Starting with a section. I believe I've explained how Flexbox works, but for now, we're not going to be using it, okay? So we continue with the next one. So for now, I'm going to say padding X on the largest screen should be 10 rem. I'm going to say 10 rem. And then on the tablets, I want the padding X to be 4 rem. And then I want the padding X to be 1 rem on the smallest screen. You could just say PX1. And then on the largest screen, 2XL, I want the padding Y to be 10 rem. I'm just going to say 10 rem. And then I want the padding Y on the smallest screen to be 5. As simple as that. Remember how I explained grid in the past? So I'm going to say class name. We have grid over here. on the larger screen, I want the grids to have a column of 2. Okay, but then on the iPad, I want it to have a column of 1, and on my smaller screen, I want it to have a column of 1. So I'm going to say grid equals 1 on my smaller screen. Okay, I want all the items to be at the center, and I want it on the larger screen to have a gap of 0. I don't really need any gap, but then on the smaller screen, it should have a gap of 2.5 rem. Very good. So grids are basically used when you want to lay things out like this. Can you see what we currently have here? But then when you want to work with smaller layouts, you use Flexbox. Okay, that was just my own way of doing things. You could totally use Flex if you want to lay big things out, like big layouts. But then I think it's a little bit impractical, but just work with what you like. Okay, for this div over here, I'm going to give it a flex. I'm also going to say flex cool. And then on the larger screen, I want it to have items center. On the iPads also, we should have items center. But then on the small screen, it should have items center. Oh, I think I made a mistake with the very first one. It should have items start over here for the very first one. Okay. So now when you have done that, we now have this H1 text over here. If you don't want to have to type everything out, go over to the about page and just grab this here. Okay, I'm just gonna grab the H1 class there, get back to the benefits and paste it here in place of this H1. Get back to the about, grab the p tag, and then the benefits, paste it in place of your own p tag over here. Let's see what we currently have. So right now, this is what we have. I just want to remove the text center. I don't need that. So remove this text center here. And also in the p tag, remove this text center here. I don't need that. I just want it to be like this. Very good. This is perfect. Let's look at the main website. Good. It looks okay. I'm going to get back here. And I think we're done with the section on mobile. It also looks good. Can you see? Oh, this does not look good on mobile. So let's fix that up. Okay. So I'm going to get back to my code, and on the large screen, we have texts. On the larger screen, we have PT5. Oh, what are you supposed to do is this. On the P tag, say 2XL, PX should be, I'm going to start by saying 10. So on the larger screen, we said 2XL should be PX. I'm just going to say 0. But then on the small screen, I want PX to be like 10. Okay. So right now, it should look like this. That's okay for me. The only thing I want to do is say on the large screen, text should be left. So on 2XL, text should be right rather. But then on the small screen, I want text to be at the center. So it should now be something like this. Very good. I love how this is looking. Let's get back and see our desktop. Still looks good. Oh, this does not look good here. Let's fix it up. Oh, it should be text left on the 2XL. Okay. So fix that up and now it looks okay. So let's work on the next one, which is this over here. All right, below this div, below the div that's holding everything, I'm going to create a new div. And for that one, I'm going to have another div in there. And in that div, we will have one more div. And now inside this is where we're going to have this $sign with this image over here. So what I'm going to do is create a new self-closing tag, and then I'm going to call $sign. And in that $sign, I'm going to have image. This image should be a screenshot. It should be screenshot 6. Okay. And then below this div, let me save everything so it's formatted perfectly well. Below this div, I'm going to have a H4. This H4 is going to say effortless payroll processing. So that's going to be in there. And below it, we will have a p tag. That p tag is just going to have something like that. Okay. And when you have done that, that's pretty much what we want to do. We will duplicate this. But before we duplicate it, let's style out the very first one. Okay. Starting with the main div at the top, I'm going to give it a class of grid. And on the largest screen, I want you to have grid equals 3. That's because I want to have 1, 2, 3 here. All right, so I'm going to get back to my code, and over here we have grid should be 3. On the tablets, I want this to be 3. So I'm going to say grid equals should be 3. That's on the tablets. Let's also add a gap between all of them. So on the larger screen, I want the gap to be 5 rem. And I also want the gap to be 3 rem on the smaller screen, 3 rem. And I'm also going to say gap should be 2 rem on the smaller screen, okay, which is the mobile. Very good. On the larger screen, I want the margin top to be 8. And on the large screen, I want the margin top to be 8 also. But then on the mobile, I want the margin top to be 2 rem. Very good. When you have done that, style the div that's holding everything. Give it a class. Give it a class name of flex. Flex should be cool. I want to stack everything vertically, but then items should be start. Good. So that's about it. Now, remember that this is an image and this is an icon, and we're trying to make it look like this, an image here and an icon on top of it. For you to do that, all we just need to do is get down here, give this a class of relative. Very good. And below it, I'm going to give the icon a class of absolute, and z index should be 1, which means it should be above the image. Top should be 5, which means it should go below from the top, maybe 5. Let's see what 5 is. That's actually 1.2 rem. Okay, very good. And then left should be 5 also. I want the color to be red, so say text red 500. And then let's add a stroke width. So stroke width should be 4 and size should be 25. For the image, let's give it a class name. I'm going to say class name of this image should be object-contain, and then height should be 4m. 4m. Very good. Save this, and then let's style out the h1 and the p tag, and then we can duplicate and we should be done. I'm going to give this a class name of font-semi-bold, and then I'm going to say text-white. On the larger screen, I want the text to be XL. And then on the large screen, on the small screen rather, which is the mobile, I want the text to be 18px. Good. And then I want to have empty of 5. All right. So when you have done this, for the p tag, give it a class name, and I want a text grade 300. On the largest screen, I want the text to be 17px. 17px. On the mobile, I want the text to be SM. So text SM on mobile. That should be TEXT. All right, very good. Let's also say the text should be start. Okay. And padding between the top and the bottom should be 3. Very good. Let's see what we have. So when you get back here, this is what we currently have. Looks perfectly okay to me. All I'm going to do right now is just duplicate this 1, 2, and 3, and we are done. So just change up the text. The second text is going to be real-time performance insights. So the second one here is going to be real-time performance insights. You can add anything you want over there. I'm also going to have streamlined compliance tracking down here. All right, that's very good. So with that, we can now see what we currently have here. See, 1, 2, and 3. All right, guys, when you have done that, let me get down here and let's work on this and we should be done. Okay. All right, so the next thing that we are working on is this section and this section, and we should be done. So let's get back to our code editor, and then what we need to do right now is below this div over here, we need to create one more div, and in this div we're gonna have one more div, and in that div, okay, I think I need one div for the blur. Remember that blur? And below this div we're gonna have image tags. The very first image is gonna be automated. Very good. And below this one we're gonna have 2 more. This one is gonna be screenshots 3, and then this one is gonna be screenshots 4. Good. When you have done this, below this div over here, I'm gonna create a new div, and in that one I'm gonna have a h1, a p tag, and a learn more button. I don't want to have to type it all out again, so I'm just gonna grab what I currently have over here, and then I'm going to paste it down here. The only thing is that I'm going to change up the informations that we have. Okay. So the informations that I just want to change is this one here is going to have a text of automate task. This one here is going to have a text that says free up valuable time, just some text, okay? Nothing too special. Add your own text, play around with it, and you should be good to go. All right. So this is how it should look down here. Very good. Let's style out all this and see what we currently have. Over here, I'm going to give a class of grid here. And on the large screen, I want it to have a grid course of 2. Very good. But on the small screen, I want it to have a grid course of 1. So grid course of 1. And I want to also have an items center. And for the gaps on the large screen, which is the 2XL, or let me say LG rather, I want the gap to be 0. But then on the very small screen, I want the gap to be 2. So I'm going to say gap should be 2 on the very small screen. And then I want margin top on the largest screen on the tablets to be empty 6. But then on the small screen, I want margin top to be 3. So we save this and let's get back here and see what we currently have. Oh, I want this to be like, let's say like 6. Okay. Let me see. That's 1.5 rem. I'm going to say 12. That should be like 3 rem. Good. Now this one over here is supposed to be 6 rem. So I'm going to say 24 is what we need there. That's like 6 rem. Okay. Very good. Very good. I love this. Can you see how it's looking over here? That's all right. Now for the second div down there, give it a class name of relative. Good. So I just want to give this a relative, and then giving that a relative means that we have it's looking like this. Okay. Now let's give some absolutes to them. Screenshot 1 and screenshot 2 is going to have a class name of absolutes. Okay. And then let's see, let me show you how it's looking right now. Screenshot 1 and screenshot 2 should be on each other right now. So let's go ahead and let me see what we currently have here. This main div here, I'm also going to give it an absolute. Very good. So right now we need to move this around to actually see where they are placed. So I'm going to say top should be 3 rem. Remember that 3 rem is 6. This one is going to be 3 rem. Oh, that's 12. So 3 rem is 12. But then I want this one to be 9 rem. So I'm going to say like 16. Let's see. Oh, 16 is just 4 rem. So I'm going to say 36. 36 should be 3 rem. Should be 9 rem rather. Okay. So when you have done that, let's go ahead and also let's check out how it's looking now. And you see that this one is here while this one is here. That's okay. But then don't worry, we're still going to fix it up. I'm going to go back to the 100% height that we have. Just the 100% width. The problem now is that the images are looking way too big. So we need to change up some things over here. All right. So for the screenshot 3, I'm going to start by giving it a border. And I want to give it a border column. I'm going to say blue 500. And I'm also going to give it the image styling. So I'm going to say objects should be contain. I want to give the image a width of 25 rem. Rounded should be 2XL for it. And the Z index should be 10, which means it should be at the very top. That's very good. For the next one, I want it to have a width of full. And height should be full. Okay. I think let me change. I'm changing my mind a little bit. For this one, I want it to have a width of, which is on the 2XL. Please don't get that wrong. 2XL. I totally forgot that. So 2XL, I want it to have a width of 25 rem. And I want it to have a width of full on the small screen. Also a rounded 2XL, an empty 5, and a Z 10. So this is how it should look now. Can you see that? Looking perfectly well. Perfectly good as I expected it to be. So for the dots automated, let's style that out a little bit. We've ignored it for a long time. I'm going to give it a 2XL should be width of 64%. So width should be 64%. And I'm going to say width should be full here. 2XL should have a height of 35 rem. Good. And here I also want to have a height of full and Z1. Good. So it should look something like this. All right, now let's style out this div. That should be the color, the blur. Okay, you should have a top of 4.5 rem, and it should have a left of 0.5 rem, left of 0.5 rem. Okay, and then it should also have a 2XL. The width should be 63%, just a little bit smaller than the div that has the width of 64%. And I also need its width to be full. So its width to be full, its height should also be full, z index should be 1. Good. So okay, right now we can't see anything. I think I want to make some changes. So we have width should be full. On the large screen, width should be 63%. On the small screen, width should be full. I also need to give this a height. So height should be 2.5 rem. Let's just say height should be 2.5 rem. I was getting a little bit indecisive there. And let's give it a color. So I'm going to say BG blue 500. Okay. And we need to blur it out a little bit. So I'm going to say blur XL. Very good. Oh, I think I'm styling the wrong thing here. My bad. I went to the wrong place. That's very bad. So I'm supposed to be in here. Height should be full here. So I think I added the blur XL and the color to the wrong place. I'm just going to take it out of there. Take out the H2 also. And this is where I want to put it, okay? So I'm going to get rid of this and just paste it down here. And let's see what we currently have. Now I have 2Z index, which does not make any sense. I will remove this from here. And on the 2XL, we have the width to be, this should be 63% instead of 64 rem. So that should be 63%. That means it should be like this. Okay, that's how it is, but I don't really like how it's looking. So let me change some things up over here. I want this to be like, let's see how 55% is going to be. Let's see 53%. Let's see 51%. I think I don't want it. I'm going to go back to 63%, what we initially had, 63%. But then for this one, I'm going to make it to be 50%, which is the blur. So it should be something like this. In fact, I think 47% will still be okay, which is something like, oh no, that's too small. Say 49%. Save. And let's see. All right, this is perfect. I like how this is. Very good. We are done with this, and let's get started with the next one. All right, guys. So let's get started with the next one, which will be the integrations component. All you need to do is open up integrations.jsx, and over here is where we will be writing all the code that we need to actually make this work as expected. All right. So let's continue. I'm going to open up our web page and let's see what we currently have. As you can see, we have all this. Let me make sure that this is at 100% size. And right now we are hopping over to the integrations. So over here, I'm going to get rid of all this and basically create a new section over here, just like this. And in this section, we're going to have a div. In this div, we'll have a span. Now the span is basically going to be something like the upshift. Okay, let me just show you what that will be. So I'm quickly going to open up hero.jsx and grab this over here. That's what we want. Or you could even just grab the H1 and the P tag that we currently have here. Or for a more better experience so that we don't have to change a lot, I'm going to open up the about.jsx and grab this instead. I'm going to take everything that we have there and paste it in this div. Okay, just go ahead and paste it in there. Save your code, and I want you to open up app.jsx and on comments integrations. Good. When you have done that, you could get back to your code and let's see what we currently have over here. All right, there you go. Can you see this? Let me see. You can see this, your complete solution for HR management. The only thing we need to do now is in here in the section, we need to give this a class name, and we need to give it a relative. So giving it a relative, we basically make this to show up here. Good. But then I think I want to see the completed website. Let me see how the completed one looks, the one that we are using as a reference. So we actually know what exactly we are working on and how we need to tweak things. All right. So I'm going to open that up on my browser here. And let's quickly take a look. Okay, so let's quickly hop over to integrations. Can you see? This is what we currently have over here. Oh, it's a little bit different from what we've always had. Very good. I like this. So now that we have seen what we're going to be building, let's get back here and let's start styling it out. So from the section, very firstly, I want to have padding X 5 rem on the largest screen. So here I'm going to say 5 rem. And then here on the tablets, I'm going to say LG should be PX. Then I'm going to say 4 rem. And then I'm also going to have PX. And then I'm going to have 1 rem. And then 2XL. Now I want to work with the MT. Margin top should be 6 rem on the largest screen. So I'm going to say 6 rem. But then on the tablets, I want the margin top to be 6 rem. So on the tablets and small screen, I want it to be 6 rem. That's what I've just done here. Over to this div, let's give it a class name. And then we need to give it a background. So the background that I want to use will be hash 14161B, 14161B. Good. And then, okay, the one at the top already has a relative. Or we could even just take this relative and put it here. I think this is more better for us. Then let's give it a border. I'm going to say border 2. And for the border, we need to give it a color. I'm going to say hash 1B1C21. And I need the flex. Flex should be stacked like this. So I'm going to say flex column items center. And then on the largest screen, I want the PY to be 6 rem. 6 rem. And I want the large screen to be PY 4 rem, 4 rem, and the small screen should be 3 rem. Very good. On the 2XL, I want the PX to be 10 rem, 10 rem, and then I want it to have a rounded 3XL. All right, if you have done this now, let's get back here and let me show you what we will currently have. See, something that looks like this. That's very, very good. So when you have done that, we already have the spans all styled out. You could just change the text. For example, this span over here, instead of it saying introducing Shaw, it's going to be integrations. Okay. And then this one below that says your complete solution for HR management is just going to be connect, sync, and grow. And then the P tag over there is just going to have a text that says bring all your favorite tools together. So I'm just grabbing what we currently have over here. As you can see, that's what I'm taking. Okay, we need to make some adjustments though. I don't really like the way it's all looking right now. So let's see what we can do. PY over here is 6 rem on the largest screen, which is the 2XL. Yeah. All right, let's continue. So in the completed website, you can see that we have those icons over here. Let's go ahead and get those in. So what I'm going to do is just below the P tag, I'm going to create a new div over here. And then we need to have a new div inside that one that's going to hold the image. This image is going to be integration 1. So call integration 1. Very good. Let's immediately give it a class name and style it out so that we don't have to do that later. So for the class name, I'm going to give it an object dash contain, and then it needs to also have a height of 4 rem. Very good. And for the main div that's holding it, let's style it out. So I'm going to give it a class name of the BG that I want to give it to be hash 202227, 202227. And then when you get out of that, I want to say flex items dash center, and then justify dash center. Very good. And then I want to say rounded XL, and then P8 and Z1. Good. So Z index 1 means that we want it to come to the front. Padding 8 means that we want to have a padding of 32px to the left, top, right, and bottom. Rounded XL means that we want a border radius of 4px. and justify center, item center, and flex. I believe I've explained all this. It should basically bring the item to the center of the page. All right, that's good. So let's style the main div over here. Give it a class name of, and on the larger screen, I want you to have flex. But then on the tablets, I want you to use a grid instead. On the tablets, I want you to have a grid course of 3. And then on the small screen, I want you to have grid and also have a grid course of 2. Grid course 2. On the small screen, I also want you to have item center. Oh, this should be for the large tablet and small screen. Everywhere also, I want you to have 4rem. On all the screens, I want you to have 4rem. And the margin top should also be 4rem. Good. So when you have done this, let's see what we currently have. Getting back here, we can now see something that looks like that. Good. So all you just need to do now is duplicate this in 6 places. Now, if you're already familiar with React, then you know that you should put this in an array. That's going to be way better. So for now, we're just going to do this the easy way. And later, when we update this landing page, we will now integrate everything React related to it. So what I'm doing right now is just bringing in all the images that we need. Okay, remember it's supposed to just be in 6 places. So remove the extras that we have. So right now it should look like this. Very good. Now below this div, I'm going to create a new image tag. That's going to be for the dots. So this one is going to be dots integration. Good. And for this, I'm going to give it a class name and say width should be full. And I want to give it absolute so that I can move it around that div that has the background. Okay. Bottom should be 2, which means it should go a little bit from the bottom to the top. And then on the largest screen, I want its height to be 10rem. And then on tablets, I want its height to be 8rem. Very good. So when you have done that, now you can see that we have something that looks like this. All right, that's pretty much it. In the next one, we're going to get started working with the pricing page. Okay, that one is going to be relatively easy and hopefully you will enjoy it too. Hopefully you enjoyed this video and learned something new. I hope to see you in the next one. Until then, mad love. Peace out. All right, guys, welcome back. Let's get started with the pricing components. So I'm quickly going to open up the pricing components, which is the pricing.jsx. And then over here, what we want to do is what we've been doing in the other ones. So you could get back to the integrations, and I want to copy the H1, the P tag, and the glow button, and pretty much paste it in here. But then I'm going to change the main div to section because we are trying to stick to semantic tags for HTML. Okay. So when you have done that, we are getting some. Let's go ahead and style out the section. I wanted to grab some of the classes that we had from the last one, which is integration. But then on the second thought, I was like, okay, let's just go ahead and type all this out manually. So I'm going to start by giving this a 5rem. And on the large screen, I want it to have a px of 2rem. So here I'm going to say 2rem. And then on the small screen, it should have a 1rem. Good. For the py, 2xl should be py 2rem over here. Very good. And then on the large screen, we're going to have a py of 2rem also. And then on the small screen, I'm going to have a py of 1rem. All right, that's very good. I'm going to create a new div to wrap everything that we currently have over here, like this. Okay. And then on this main div over here, which is wrapping everything, I'm going to give it a class name. So for the class name, I'm going to say bg should be #071 071.925. And then I'm going to have relative over here because I want some of the elements in there to be absolute so that I can control them whichever way I want, or rather position them whichever way I want. So I'm having border 2 over here. And for this border, I'm going to give it 1D2 C37, 1D2 C37. C37. Please don't miss that. And when you have done that, let's go ahead and give it a flex dash co, and then items dash center. I believe I've explained all this in the past. That is why I'm just typing it out right now without explaining. Okay. And we also need a PY6 rem over here. And then on the tablets, like the iPads and Samsung tabs, I want to have the PY to be 4 rem. So I'm going to say PY 4 rem. If you're on target tablets, you use the LG. And then on the small screen, which is the mobiles, I want the PY to be 2 rem. Very good. Let's also do the same thing for the PX. So, we're getting some suggestions here. Let me just take the suggestions. PX should be over here. We want it to be 7 rem, not 10 rem. And then on the large screen, I want PX to be 5 rem. Good. And then on the small screen, I want PX to be 0.5 rem. Good. And rounded should be 3XL. All right, when you have done that, let's go over to app.jsx and uncomment pricing, and let's see what we currently have for it. So with that, I'm going to get back to my page and scroll down, and this is what we currently have. Very good. You can see how that looks here in the completed one. All right, this is beginning to come together. So what we need to work on now is this text and then the pricing cards. Okay, so firstly, let's change up the text. I'm going to copy that one that says plans that scale with you, and I'm going to put it over here in the H1. So I'm going to scroll to where we have this, and I'm going to replace it with that. And I'm also going to take this one here that says transparent pricing, 0 hidden fees, everything you need to power your HR and payroll. Okay, so I'm going to copy that. Whoops. All right, so I'm going to copy this transparent pricing, 0 hidden fees text, and I'm going to put it in here. All right, that's very good. Now below this, we need to create cards. So in here in this div, I'm going to create another div just down here. And then this div is the one that's going to hold the pricing cards. Okay, so let's start off by styling the main div at the top. I'm going to give it a class name. So what I want to do down here is give this a grid, and then on the large screen I'm going to say 2XL should be grid dash cos 3 over here, and then on the large screen I'm going to say grid cos 2, which is going to be for the tablets, and then on the mobile I'm going to say, okay, for now let's leave out the mobile. Let's just style out how we want the gaps to be. So on the largest screen I want gap to be 7. And then on the tablets, I want gap to be 5. Then on the small screen, I want gap to be 6. Good. I want you to take the full width. So I'm going to say W full. And then I want the margin top to be 4 rem. Z should be 1, which means all this the pricing card should always be at the top of everything. Okay. And now let's go ahead and style each card. So in a card, what do we need in it? Firstly, we need, okay, let's get back to our browser and see what we currently have in the card. So you can see that over here, we have all this information. Let's go ahead and type all this out. So back to the code. In this div, we need another div. So in this one, we need one more div here. Good. And in this div, we need a p tag. This p tag is going to say starter. Let's start off by styling the first div, then we can copy and duplicate. Then below it, we need another div. This div here is going to have a H2 tag. The H2 tag is going to say $10 down here. And then below it, we need a P tag that's going to say per user. Very good. So we have this div that's holding the P tag and the H2 P tag. Exactly below that div, we need a button. So that button is going to be this button over here. Okay, and it's going to say get started. Very good. And below that button, we also need a P tag that's going to say starter plan includes. So that is when we now need divs down here. So I'm going to have a div that's going to have an icon check that's going to be from Lucid React. Very good. And below it, we need a P tag. That P tag is just going to say fast, reliable payroll. Very good. So what I'm going to do now is take this and then duplicate it. So I'm going to paste. I need that in 4 places. And then you could change up the text if you want. So you can see over here, this one is core HR management. This one is self-service portal. Let me change that up. So I have this here and I have this here too. Good. And I have this here too. So our code is spelling out. So let's arrange that. I'm going to arrange this also, put that there. Very good. Let's go ahead and style this out and see what we have. So remember that this one has, we've already styled this. Let's go ahead and style the main card for the pricing. So I'm going to give it a class name of border. And for the color, I'm going to say border dash hash 1D1, 1D2 rather, then C37, C37. And then I'm going to have rounded to XL. P should be 8. W should be full. Good. So down here, I'm going to have a class name for this one. And for this, I'm going to say border bottom. So we are trying to add this border bottom that you can see over here. Can you see this border here? That's what we're trying to add. So we're saying border B. And the color for the border B should be, I'm going to say hash 243744 243744, and then the padding bottom should be 1.5 rem. So 1.5 rem. Good. So let's see what we currently have. As you can see, this will start coming together. Can you see that? Looking good. Let's go ahead and style the p tag, which is for the starter text. So for that one, it's going to have a class name of text gray 300. And I also need a font medium. And I also need a text LG. Good. And for the main div that's holding everything, I'm going to give it a class name of flex items dash center gap 6 empty 5. Empty 5. Very good. And for the $10, let's also style it out. I'm going to give it a class name of font dash semi bold, and then I'm going to say text white and also text 5XL. All right. And over here, I need a p tag. I'm going to give it a class name of text gray 300 and then font medium. All right. And I also think I need the text dash LG. Text LG. Good. Let's see what we currently have. All right, there you go. That's starting to come together. Can you see? It's already looking like this. Let's go ahead and style the other things that we have over here. Now for the button, you know how we've been working with buttons. You could go ahead and grab a button from the hero section. You can grab any button that you want. Let's say the button that we used here. I see that this button here is almost identical to the button that we used here at the top. So you can actually go ahead and grab that if that's what you want to use. Okay, or you could totally style out the button by yourself if you want to do that. I think we should just style out the button by ourselves. That should be more easier and more understandable. So I'm going to give the button a class name, and I'm going to start by making it a full button. Its border should be 2, and then its color should be hash 234. Remember? All right, so for the border, it's going to be a hash 233. That is the border color. Or let's use 243744 instead. And for the background, we're going to use 23323C. So hash 23323C. And then for the PY, I'm going to say PY3 rounded dash full. And then font medium. Okay. For the text, I want it to be text white empty 5. Also should be pointer. And then when we hover on it, I want the BG to be red 400. Red 400. And then transition should be all. Duration should be 300. So let's see what we currently have. I'm going to open up our page here, and where we hover, you can see that. Good. Now let's go ahead and style this out, and we should be done. The p tag over here, I'm going to create a new class name here and say text gray 300. And then I'm going to say font medium, and empty should be 2 rem over here. Very good. So when you have done that, let's style the div that's holding the check icon and the p tag. Give it a flex, give it an items stats, and give it a gap 2, and empty should be 6. Good. For the check itself, I'm going to give it a class name of text gray 300. So text gray 300. And for the p tag, I'm going to give it a text white and font medium. So for this one, text dash white and then font medium. All right, that's very good. When you have done that, you can now take this. I don't want to have to retype all the classes, so I'm just going to paste in all places, and that should be it. Let's see what we currently have. All right, that's good. Let's look at this also. Okay, that's exactly what I wanted, and it's looking as I want it to be. All right, so I think the only thing that's missing is the background that we would want to give to that particular div, which is this one here. You shouldn't have only a border, you should also have a background. So I'm going to say bg should be #142531 #142531, and let's see what the background looks like. That is okay. Let's see. All right, there you go. This is how it currently looks, and that is okay. So now that we have this, I'm just going to go ahead and change up the text. So instead of fast reliable, just copy the text that we have over here in the main one and replace it with this one, and we should be done. So that's what I'm going to do right now. Okay, I'm just going to quickly replace them all, and when I get back here, it should now be something like this. Very good. So now we have the first one have been successfully completed. Let's just go ahead and duplicate it for the next two. So I'm gonna collapse this. Let me look for the right thing to collapse. Think I'm looking for the main card. This is it here. I'm gonna collapse this, then paste it in two places. Very good. So for the second one, let's see the changes that we need to make. So this is the first, this is the second. For the second, we have border, and let's just change up the border color. So I'm going to say it should be 0BA, 0BA, 5EC, 5EC. Good. And for the background, I think we're going to stick with the background that we currently have. Let's see how it's looking over there. All right, good. Now for the last one, let's change it up. So the background is going to change. Oh, I think the color of this get started should also change. So for the get started, the color is going to be this. So BG should be that. Good. Let's see what we have. There you go. Now let's change up the color of this, and we should be done. So the color of this one here, I think should be this 5. Oh yeah, I think I know what to do here. Let's get back, take this color here, and that's what we're going to be using for the third one. So this BG should be this, and then we need to change up the colors, okay? And use text white instead for the colors. So let's get back and see what we have. Here we have this. Oh, the colors automatically changed, and that's fine. We just need to change the color of this one over here. So for the button, I'm going to make it to be a white color. So instead of this BG here, it should be BG #FFF. And let's see what we have there. All right, good. Let's just change up I don't need it to have any border. I just need it to have a text gray 700 and not a text white. So you can remove the text whites that we have over there and just stick to text gray 700. So it should be something like this. Very good. For the border color, I want the border color to be, let me quickly look for that. We have it somewhere. It should be at the top. It should be here. So I'm going to say color should be FFF, which means it should be white. So this color over here should be white. That is it. We are done with the pricing. In the next one, we're going to get started with the testimonials, and yep, that's going to be it. Hopefully you enjoyed this one and learned something new. In the next one, we'll work on the testimonials using Chat-C and Carousel, and hopefully you're going to enjoy and like that. That's going to be it. I hope to see you there. All right, so let's get started with the testimonials components. I'm going to open up our code editor and quickly hop over to testimonials. And for this one, I'm going to change this up to section. Remember how we've been doing this. Remove these two divs over here. I don't really need those. And then down here, let me look at how the testimonial section actually looks on the completed one. So you can see how it's looking. It's almost looking like the integrations. So if you don't want to have to type all this out, you could even just hop over to the integrations and just copy most of the things that we have here. For example, I'm going to be taking this here and get back to the testimonials. And here in the testimonial section, I'm going to add a class name and basically paste that over there. Very good. And then I'm going to create a div in here. I'm going to have a div just like this. And this div is going to have a class of relative. And inside this div, let's firstly create the dots. We have those dots down here in the integrations. I'm going to copy that back to the testimonials. I'm going to paste it down there and just align its indentation. So it should be somewhere here. Good. And that one should be dot testimonials. So I'm going to say dot testimonials. Very good. So back to the integrations, we need to grab the H1 and also the P tag and the span. Okay. So take those, get back to your code, and you just need to paste it over here at the top. Very good. I like that. So one more thing that we need to do is back to the integrations. I'm going to take this div over here, take its class, everything in there. I think I need that. And then back to your testimonials, you need to paste it alongside the relative. Okay, I think I have two relatives now, so I'm just going to get rid of one of the relatives, and that's very good. All right, so let's see what we currently have in the completed site. Over here, I'm going to scroll down a little bit. Oh, I have not uncommented testimonials in the app.jsx. So go ahead, uncomment testimonials. And then when you get back here and scroll down, there you go. This is what we have. So let's just go ahead and change up the text that we need over there. So for the testimonials, the H1 should say something like this. It should say, see how Shaw powers success. And then you could change up the P tag to whatever you want it to be, okay? So this is how it's going to be looking right now. The last thing that we have on our list is to work with these testimonials, and we should be done. So I'm going to open up shardcn. I'm going to say shardcn UI. So what we want to install is something called shardcn carousel. Do that, you just want to come over to components. So here in the components, you need to look for carousel by the right. So it should be somewhere here. There you go. All right, that's very good. So what we're looking for is this one over here. Just click on code, and this is the code I will need. But before you do that, scroll down and install it by copying this over here. Then open up your code and then paste this down and hit enter on your keyboard and allow this to install. So while this is installing, let's just go ahead and set up some things. That's while it's installing. So I want you to open up the completed source code and hop over to testimonials.jsx. And in your React page, you will see an array called reviews. I want you to copy that array, and I want you to paste that array just above your return statement in your code. So that array is going to look like this. Can you see? I don't want to type the array out. Or you can even find this in TWS. It will be there for you, or you can find it in the completed source code. Or if you can't find it, you could easily pause the video and type this out. As you can see, it's just a list of reviews. As you can see, that's very good. So while our shardcn is still installing, what I'm going to do is go ahead and bring in some of the codes that we will be needing. So I'm going to click on code over here, and all the way at the top, I'm going to import this. See that? I'm going to import this, then open up your code again and paste it at the very top. Very good. And also I'm going to get back again and grab this ones over here. So I'm going to take, I don't really need much from here. So what I'm going to do is just get back and type this out myself instead of copying it. So here in my code, let me make sure that everything is okay here. I'm going to fix the indentation of this so that it looks good. Fix the indentation of this also. Now in here, I'm going to call the carousel, which is the one that we imported at the top. Okay, let's firstly create a new React tag. And then if you don't want to type it out, so you could easily copy it from here and then paste. It should get auto-completed for you. And then in there, we need carousel content. So I'm going to have another one called carousel content. Just to be sure that I spelled that correctly, I'm going to scroll all the way to the top, copy this from here, and then I'm going to paste it down here. So copy this and then I'm going to scroll all the way to the bottom, and I'm going to paste it down here. All right, that was correct. Now in here, I need to loop through the reviews. So I'm going to say reviews.map. I believe I've explained this. So reviews.map. And then what I just want to say here is item and index. Very good. And then we are creating an inline function. So in here, we need to go ahead and create a new carousel item. Okay. Let me be sure that that's spelled correctly. I'm going to grab this over here and get down here, paste, and hit my tab key so that it opens up like this. Very good. Now in here, I'm going to create a new div. In this div, I'm going to have a new div. And in this one, I'm going to have a div that's just going to be for overlay. Okay. And below it, I'm going to have one more div that's going to hold the image tag. Very good. The image tag is just going to say item.avatar, just like that. Okay. And then below this div, that's, we have the carousel item. The carousel item has a div, and we have a div that's holding the empty div and the image. Below that div that's holding the empty div and the image, I'm going to create a new div. And for this one, I'm going to have a h3 tag that will say item.fullname, item.fullname. And then below it, I'm going to have a p tag. This p tag is going to say item.jobPosition, item.jobPosition. And then below it, I'm also going to have a p tag. This one is going to say item.review. So item.review. Very good. Now let's save this and see what we currently have. I'm going to open up my code again and get back here. Let's see if we have an error or not. All right, it seems like we have an issue. So I'm going to open up my console to see what's going on. In my console, let's take a close look here. Okay, it says cannot read use ref. I don't think that's a problem coming from me. Here also we are getting this. And we are getting this. Let's go ahead and reload our code and see what's happening exactly. All right, avatar 10 is not defined. That's a problem. So let's go ahead and import avatar 10 at the top. Do the same thing for our avatar 02. And finally, do the same thing for avatar 3. Good. Now save your code and let's see if we are still getting an issue. So, all right, we don't have any issue again. Let's scroll down and see what we have. So right now, this is what we currently have. That's good. See, we can actually scroll, but then it's not looking good. That is because we haven't styled it yet. Don't worry, we're going to style it. So, yep, that's not looking good. Let me see how the completed one works and looks. All right. So let's go ahead and style this out. Remember that we have this carousel here. I'm going to cut it and paste it below the p tag over here. That's the right place where it's supposed to be. Now let's start off by styling the carousel. I'm going to give it a class name and I'm going to say relative, and the index should be 1, width should be full, and then I want the max width to be 3XL, and then I'm going to say 2XL empty 10, and over here I'm going to say LG should be empty 10. So on the larger screen, empty should be 10, and on the small screen, empty 2 should be 10. Very good. Let's style the, okay, for now, we're not styling the carousel contents. Let's just style the carousel item. We don't even really want to give it any style. Just give it a key of index so that React knows how to identify each item in here. And for this one, I'm going to give it a class name of flex. And then on the 2XL, I want it to be flex row, but on the tablet, I want it to be flex co. Oh, on the tablet, I want it to be flex row. On the small screen, I want it to be flex co. Very good. I want it to have items center and a gap of 2 rem. I'm going to say 2 rem. Good. And then on the 2XL, I want the background to be something different. So I want the background to be #111317. On the LG, I want the, okay, you know what? Let's just stick with the backgrounds. So I want the backgrounds to be consistent among the pages. So what I'm going to do right now is say on the large screen, on the 2XL, we want to have a px of 3 rem, and on the small screen we want to have a px of 1 rem. That's very good. So now that we have that, the few things that we need before we get done with this is just add some rounded, some border, we should be done. So the PY should be 4M over here. On the 2XL, I want to have a border. Also, I want to have a border on the LG, and I want the border color to be #1B1 D21, and I'm going to say rounded XL. Very good. That's okay. That's exactly what I wanted. Now let's go ahead and style the div that's holding the image. So for that one, I'm going to give it a class name and say relative, and that should be relative, and width should be fit. Width should be fit basically means that width should always wrap around whatever item we have in here. It should not be bigger, it should not be smaller, it should always fit the item that we have. Okay, for this empty div, I'm going to give it a class of absolute. Don't worry, you see what I'm trying to do. And then I'm going to say BG should be, I'm going to give it a background color, and I want to use 0BA5EC, 0BA5EC, which is going to be like a bright blue color. And I want to blur it out a little bit. So I'm going to say blur should be 0.6 rem. Good. Width should be full and height should be full. So let me show you what I'm trying to do here. I'm going to get back here and see, I'm trying to take that blur and put it at the back of that image like this. Does that make sense? That's what I'm trying to do. So when you have done that, now for the image itself, you can give it a class name. Let me give it a class name of relative. And then for the relative, I want it to have a Z1. Okay. Let's see how it's looking. Very good. I love that. And I want it to have a border of 5, and its border color should be #1F2, 127. And then I wanted to have a rounded XL and an object contain. Very good. Let's see what we currently have. This looks very good. This looks very good. So the only thing I want to do now is go ahead and change up the text that we have in here, and we should be done. So starting with the main div that's holding everything, I'm going to give it a class of width fit. That's W fit. And then for the H3, I'm going to give it a class of font semi-bold. Font semi-bold. Text should be extra large. Text should be white. Margin top should be 5. For the p tag that we have below here, I'm going to give it a class name of text-gray-300, then text-sm. And for the last p tag that we have over here, I'm going to give it a class of text-white and then mt6, and then we save our code. And let's see what we currently have. So over here, we should have something that looks like this. Let's see the original one. Oh, that's how the original looks, and this is how this is looking. That's okay. I really love how that's looking. That's very fine. So now that we have done that, let's go ahead and add the icons for scrolling, which is the left and the right icon. So what we're going to do is below the carousel content, I'm going to call a self-closing tag, and then that should be here. And then I'm going to call carousel previous, and then carousel next, carousel previous and carousel next. And let's see how that's looking. All right, that's perfect. Can you see? So this is exactly what I wanted. All right, guys, that's pretty much it for this one. In the next one, we will get started working with the frequently asked questions. It shouldn't be that much. We're just going to use an accordion from ShadCN, and let me see how it's even going to look. So we're going to use this accordion over here, and once we tweak it to what we want, we should be done. All right, that's going to be it. Hopefully you enjoyed this video and learned something new. In the next one, we'll get started with something else, which will be working on that, which is working on the frequently asked questions. That's going to be it. I hope to see you there. All right, let's get started with the next one, which is going to be the frequently asked questions. So for that one, let's see how it's looking over here. All right, pretty simple, pretty basic. We're just going to make this work. Okay. So what I'm going to do right now is get back to app.jsx, and I'm going to uncomment the facts. And then in the facts, remember how we've been doing this. I'm going to add a H1 and a P tag. You could just copy from something that we already have. So remember the section here that have all this. I'm going to take this and put it in the facts. So I'm going to replace that section with this one here. Whoops, I think it needs a closing tag section so that it doesn't break our application. Very good. You can also go ahead and grab the H1 and the P tag, and back to our facts, I'm going to paste it in the section, and let's fix our indentation so that everything looks good. All right, there you go. There you go. And there you go. Perfect. So let's see what we currently have right now before we continue. So over here, we have this. All right, that's good. So let's just copy up the text and change up some things, and that should be it before we start installing ShadCN. Oh, I have an idea. Before we even continue, I think we should start installing ShadCN on the side because it takes a little while to install. So I'm just going to put that by the side, and then let's start changing up the texts. Okay. So remember, the very first one that we want to change is going to be the H1 text, which is going to say frequently asked questions. So here, instead of the H1 saying connect, sync, grow, it's going to say frequently asked questions. And then this one here, which is this, we're going to have it say something like still have more questions. So I'm going to put it down here. All right, let me go ahead and format my code so that it looks okay. All right, that's very, very good. So now that we have this, what we need is to go ahead and add a button, a very simple button. And for this one, I'm just going to say, I think I want to grab one of the buttons from the hero section. I'm going to open up the hero and look for this button that says start your journey. I really like that button because it has this really cool RGB. So in a div, I'm going to paste that button. The reason why we are pasting that button in a div is so that it does not take the full width. All right, so let's see how this button is looking on the page here. Let's take a closer look. I think we have a problem. Something is not working as expected. Did we import something that we are not supposed to? Oh yeah, chevron right is missing. So go ahead and say chevron right. I don't even need any icon over here. I'm just going to get rid of the icon. Okay. So get rid of that. Very good. Let's see what we currently have right now over here. All right, so let's scroll to the bottom and see what we have. Good. Here you go. Start your journey. That's where it's sitting. We need to make sure that everything is in the center. To do that, cut everything and create a new div. Paste everything that you cut in that new div and indent your code so that it looks good. Then for this one, you want to give it a class name. Class name should be equal to flex cool, flex-cool, and items-center. All right, that's good. Let's see what we have. So yeah, it's at the center right now. That's okay. Does it have any margin top? Yes, it has margin top of 8, which I don't want. So I'm going to make it margin top of 3. And let's see how it's looking now. Way better. So now that we have that, let's see if ShadCN accordion has been installed. Of course it has. Let's get back to our code, get back to the accordion UI, and you just need to import this. Okay. So take that, import it at the very top. And then the next thing that you need is to bring in this code over here. So take this, and then just below the button, go ahead and paste this code and fix the indentation so that it looks good. All right, let's start changing up some things over here. I want to style it out a little bit. So I'm going to give it a class name and say, hey, it should be on the 2XL. I want the width to be just 70%. 70%. On the tablets, I want the width to be 80%. There you go. And then on the small screen, I want it to have a width full. Margin top should be 10. Text should be white. I want to have border dash. The border color should be 1B1 and then D21. Very good. And I want to have a rounded XL. All right. I really like that. So now that you have done that, we have the accordion trigger. Okay. Which is going to show this text over here. So for the accordion trigger, we need to go ahead and add a new class name to it. So class name should be, I'm going to say transition dash colors, and then I want to say data dash. Now I got this from ShadCN. Okay, state should be equal to open. So when it's open, what do we want to do? We want to say bg should be, and then we'll call the background that we want when the accordion is open. So I'm going to say 0e2, then 432. Good. All right, I think I like this. Let's see how it is. Oh, the only thing I want to do for this very first one here is give it a rounded top of MD. And let's see how it's even looking. We haven't checked this out. So over here, allow your page to reload, of course. All right, there you go. Can you see this? Now when you click on this, can you see it opens and it closes? That's perfectly well. I really like how that is. But then we need to change up a couple of things, okay? So let's fix up some things before we actually start duplicating the accordions, okay? All right, so right now, this is how the accordions are looking. Not really looking good. So let's just add some padding, and I think that should be it. I want you to hold down Control and click on this accordion over here. And then let's scroll down and add padding in the necessary places. So the very first thing is that over here in the accordion primitive header, in this class here, just before the gap 4, I want to say P6, okay? And then I want to scroll down to the accordion primitive content and say the padding top should be 4, okay? So when you have done that, let's get back here and see what we currently have. All right, this is good. But I think we're having a problem with the PX. So I'm also going to say PX should be 4. And let's see what we have. All right, that's it. This looks okay. So what we're going to do right now is just go ahead and duplicate this accordions and let's see what we have. So in the, I'm going to open up the fax.js, and then we need to duplicate this accordions, okay? If you don't want to duplicate it, like maybe copy paste, you can always put this in an array and loop through it. But if that's going to be difficult for you, you could just duplicate it like this, okay? And just change the items, maybe item 1, item 2, item 3, item 4, and save your code. And that should be it. So let's see what we currently have over here. You can see that we now have all those accordions. You can click on one accordion to open it up. But then I don't want all these accordions to have this. The last one should have rounded bottom MD. The ones in between should not have any rounded, okay? So those ones in between should not have any rounded, only the ones at the bottom, okay? So when you have done that, let's see what we currently have. I'm going to get back to my browser, and as you can see, it's rounded perfectly well. I think one thing that we are missing is in the section, there is no PY over here. So let's add a PY in the section. For that, I'm going to say PY should be 20. Let's see how it looks. So now we have some space at the bottom. That's very good. So now you can see how our accordions, how our accordion looks. Over here, we need to change up that border to make it even better. So this border bottom doesn't really look good. So let's fix it up. So to fix it up, I'm going to get back to my code, and I want to open up my accordion item, which is this one here. And I'm looking for the accordion primitive.item, which is this. As you can see, it has a border bottom and border bottom of 0. Let me make sure that we are changing the right thing. How about we change up the color of the border? I'm going to say, hey, the border should be, and I'm going to use hash 1b1, 1b1, d21. And let's see if that's it. So I'm going to get back here, and there you go. It's now looking perfect. All right. I really like the way this is and the way everything is coming together. Now, the last thing I want to change is just the font size. As you can see, the font size needs to be a little bit large, and we should be done. So for you to do this, I'm going to look for the accordion. All right, so when you have done that, that's pretty much it with the accordions. All you just need to do now is go ahead and change up the text to what you want, and also change up the questions to what you want it to be, and we should be done with that. So that's it for accordion. Pretty simple, pretty basic, and straight to the point. In the next one, we'll get started working with CTA, and then we'll work with footer, and we should be done. Hopefully you enjoyed this video and learned something new. In the next one, we'll get started with something else. That's going to be it. I hope to see you there. All right, let's work on the last one, which is going to be the call to action. So for this, I'm going to open up my code editor, one more time. And I'm going to open up the app JSX and basically uncomment the CTA. And let me also do the same thing for the footer. We might just work on the both in this video. So for the CTA, I'm going to replace this div over here with a section. And then let's look at how the CTA actually looks on the finished site. So on the finished one, okay, this is what we have. Pretty simple, pretty basic. Let's go ahead and write that out. So we're going to have a div, not a data tag, but a div tag. And this div tag, we're gonna have an image that will say dot footer. Very good. And then below it, we will have a div that will hold a h1 tag. That's I think we also have all this on all the pages, so there is no need to retype it. Okay, you could just go over maybe to the facts and just copy this and get back to the CTA and just paste it in here in this div. Okay. Then the only thing you just need to add is a div that's going to hold two buttons. So I'm going to say button. And then I think I've seen those buttons somewhere before, which are in the pricing. So this and this, you don't need to retype it. You could just hop over to the pricing and then look for the get started button. So I'm going to search for get started and go to the very first one, which is this button here. So I'm going to take this button and get back to CTA and I'm going to paste it here. I'm also going to get back to pricing again and grab the second get started button and I'm going to paste it down here. Good. So when you have done these two things, let me just go ahead and change it up. So this one is supposed to be, this one here is going to be get started. This one is going to be book a demo. So this one here is going to be book a demo, while the other one is going to be get started. All right, that's very good. So for one of the buttons, we need to shift them a little bit. Okay, let's see how it's looking before we even do that. So when you get back here, you can see how this is looking. Not pretty nice. So what we just need to do is style out the div that's holding it. So for that div, I'm going to give it a class of flex and I'm going to say items-center. And I'm going to say gap 6, 2XL should be empty 8. And then on the large screen, I want empty to be 2 rem. And then finally, we'll have empty to be 6. All right, let's see what we currently have with that. So this is how it's looking. It's still not looking that good. Don't worry, we're going to change up everything over here. All right, so let's start off by styling out the section. For the section, I'm going to create a class name of, if you don't want to have to type all this out, you could easily copy one of the sections that we have here and paste it in the CTA section here. And let's see what we have. All right, good. That's coming together. And in the div that's holding everything, I'm going to create a new class and give it a background. I think we have something like this already in the past. Yeah. Let me see. Yeah, we have something like this here for the, I think for the testimonials. Yeah. So for the testimonials, I'm just going to copy this div here and get back to my CTA and replace it with this div here. Very good. And for the dot footer, I think we already have something like that in the testimonials. We have that at the very bottom. You can see that here. I'm just going to take that also. And then let's take that. Okay, instead of just taking that, I'm going to take the class absolute top 0 width full and height full. And then I'm going to add it to the dot footer here. So create a new class and say absolute top 0 width full, height full. Save and let's see what we have. So back here, we now have something that looks like this. Very good. So let's see how the main one is looking. So the main one looks like this. Let's change up the text. This first one says supercharge your HR and payroll today. So I'm going to change it up. I'm going to get back to my code. And instead of this H1, I'm going to replace it with this that says supercharge your payroll and supercharge your HR and payroll today. And I want to indent this code so that it looks okay, because right now it doesn't really look good. So I'm going to fix this. The P tag says join the growing community. So that I'm going to replace this text here, this text with that. So it says join the growing community. And I'm going to indent my code so that it looks okay. fix that up. Good. And then for the buttons, I think I pretty much have what I want for the buttons. Let me see. Let's see how everything is looking here. All right, this looks good. I think I like how these buttons are looking. It's okay. That looks okay to me. All right, but if you want to make it smaller, you can reduce the width of the button. But then this actually looks okay to me. So finally, let's work on the footer. So I'm going to open up the footer JSX. So we are interested in working on just one of the sections, and then we duplicate and change the text. Okay, so this one is going to have a div, and I'm going to have a div down here with a H1 that's going to call the name of the application, sure, and then maybe a p tag that's going to say simplicity at its finest, something like that. And then we need to add some social icons. So I'm going to have a div that's going to have an a tag. That a tag is going to have a lucid icon, Facebook. So Facebook, and bring that in. And then we're going to duplicate this a tag in a couple of places. 1, 2, 3, 4. So this one is going to be Instagram. This one is going to be LinkedIn. This one is going to be Twitter. And this one is going to be YouTube. Very good. So when you have done that, below the div that's holding the icons and below the div that's holding the H1 and the show, we're going to have one more div. And what that div is going to hold is a H4 that will say company. So now that we have this company, I'm going to have a p tag down here and an a tag. This a tag is just going to say about us. All right, let's go ahead and style this out and we should be done. So for the very first one, I'm going to have flex, and on the large screen, I want it to be flex row, and I want to have flex co and justify between. On the large screen, I want the gap to be 3, and on the small screen, I want the gap to be 15. For the border, I want to use #1d2 c37. That's for the border color. And for the border itself, I only want it to be border top. I only want the border at the top. Very good. So on the large screen, I want the px to be 10 rem. 10 rem. Good. And on the small screen, I want the px to be 1 rem. So over here, I'm going to say px to be 1 rem. All right. For the margin top, let me get back here. So for the margin top, on the largest screen, I want the margin top to be 5 rem. So I'm going to say 5 rem. Good. And then I want the UI to be 3 rem. So I'm going to say 3 rem. Good. And then, okay, for now, this is everything that I want. Okay. But then we can actually just change it up a little bit. So let me show you everything that I need to add. Let me just quickly show you. So instead of all this here, let me show you the full length of code that I want to add for that. Then instead of us typing it out and getting you confused, I think I should just paste it so that you can go through it. So as you can see, we have px, empty, py, empty, py, empty, py. Okay, typing all this out might end up confusing you. So I think I just prefer to paste it out for you. Okay, so finally, okay, not finally, but then for this div over here, I'm going to add a flex. I don't think that's the div that we want to add a flex to. It should be this div over here. We're going to say flex and then items dash center and gap 1. All right, for the show keyword, it's going to be text gray 300, and then we'll have text SM. Oh, that should be text white. Text white. On the 2XL, I want the text to be 4XL. And then on the tablets, I want the text to be 3XL. And then on the small screen, okay, for now, I don't need anything for the small screen. I'll just say it should be font semi-bold. All right, for the p tag, I'm going to give it a class name of text gray 300, and I'm going to say text SM, and it should be italic, font dash medium, empty should be 1. Very good. For the div that's holding the social icons, I'm going to give it a class name of flex, and then items should be center, gap should be 3, and margin top should be 5. Margin top should be 5 over here. Very good. For the a tag, I'm going to give it a class name of py should be 2. Oh, that should be px should be 2, py should be 1. I'm trying to create a background for it. bg should be hash 0 ba5ec. It should have a text of white and it should have rounded lg. So all you need to do is just copy this and paste it for all the a tags that we have down here. Okay, so I'm just repeating for that. Good. And then for the size of the icons, I want it to be 20. So I'm gonna get into this place and say size should be 20. Very good. That's what I wanted. So I'm gonna save my code and let's see what we currently have for the footer. Oh, can you see that? That looks okay, but I know it's not really looking as you expected. That's because in the section over here, LG is flex row. Let me look at what's going on. We have this div that's holding everything down, right? It has a flex, it has item center, gap 1. I think that's what's causing it. So alongside this item center, I'm gonna say flex cool, and let's see what we currently have there. So I'm gonna get back to my sites here, and there you go. So instead of item center, we should use item starts, so that everything will start from the beginning. And let's see how it looks now. This is perfect. So yeah, that's it for the first side. As you can see, that's what we have here. Now for the next one, which is this company here, let's style it out and make it look good. So here we have flex. On the 2XL, we want it to be flex row. Oh, that should be LG. Flex row should still work on that. The problem now is this. We have this div here that's wrapping everything. So this div should be gone. I'm going to take away this and take away this and then save your code. And now we should have this. If you have to say Ctrl A, you can see the company and about us over there. But then I don't want that. So let's go ahead and style it out so that it looks good. Okay. So for the div within the company, we don't need to style it. But for the company itself, I'm going to give it a class name of text1xl. Font should be bold. Text should be white. And I want to capitalize the first item there and say MB should be 2. Very good. For the a tag, I'm going to give it a class name of text gray 300 and text SM. All right, that's just what I want to do for this one, and then we duplicate it. Okay, so we are duplicating the p tag instead. You can duplicate it on 5 place and 6 place as much as you want. Okay, I'm just going to work with this and let's see what we have here. Good, this is what I wanted. Now all you just need to do is copy the company, close this down, copy this and duplicate it in 3 more places. So I'm going to duplicate in 3 more places, and there you go. You could even make it 4 if you want. It's up to you. But I think I'm okay with this. I'm perfectly okay with this. So now that we are done with this, you can now go ahead and change up the text, and that should be it for the footer. So all you just need to do is pause the video and change up the text. I'm quickly going to change up my own text right now. So I just paused the video and then changed up my text. As you can see, I didn't want to change it on the video. It's going to take a lot of time. So I just paused and came up with some new text over here just to make the footer look more real. All right, that's it. I really love how everything is looking. Everything looks very fine over here. Also on the mobile, everything looks good. Let's go through the mobile from the top. Okay, as you can see. All right, that looks very good. As you can see, our footer still looks very good and it's aligned perfectly well. All right, that's going to be it for the tutorial. Hopefully you enjoyed the video and learned something new. In the next one, we're going to get started with something new. That's going to be it. I hope to see you there. And until then, mad love. Peace out. Hello guys, and welcome back to the SaaS UI website using React.js, TailwindCSS, and ChatCN. In this one, we'll get started committing our application to GitLab or GitHub, and then we will host this on Netlify and also validate our coding using Desfix coding challenge tool that will grade us based on creativity, efficiency, and functionality. So let's get started. The very first thing you need to do is open up your code editor, and in your terminal, which is where we'll be working, I cleared off everything that I have over there. Now what I'm going to do is go ahead and initialize a new empty Git repository. So I'm going to say Git init. Now this is not going to work if you don't have Git installed. So to install Git, open up your browser and you want to type download Git. So download Git, and then I want you to click on this very first link over here. Now, based on your operating system, you can go ahead and download your own version of Git. And when you're done downloading the Git, you can install it just like any executable file. Very good. So when that's out of the way, I want you to get back here. And then, so when that's out of the way, I want you to go over to gitlab.com or github.com or bitbucket.com, depending on the version control platform that you want to use. So I'll be using GitLab. Now, when I'm here, I just need to go ahead and create a new project. So to do that, I'm going to click on this button over here and then click on new project / repository. And then I want to click on create blank project and then give my project a name. So I'm going to call it Shaw. Okay. And I want you to make this public. The reason why we're making this public is because we'll be validating this code using Desfix coding challenge tool. And the system requires that you make your repository a public one so that we'll be able to know how to validate the project or access and validate the project. So make sure that it's public. Then you can go ahead and remove this and then click on create projects. All right, there you go. We have successfully installed this. Now we just need to go ahead and add this to configure this to our local repository. So in here, you need to say git init. This will initialize a new Git repository or reinitialize it if it has already been initialized in the past. Now you need to say git add. What this will do is take all the files that you currently have in your local repo and put it in this repository that you created, which is the one that we just initialized some seconds ago. And then after you have done that, you need to go ahead and create a new commit. So for the commit, you need to give it a message. Just say git commit -m, and then in quotes, you can say something like completed Shaw version 1. Hit enter on your keyboard. And then finally, for you to push, before you push to GitLab over here, you need to scroll to the top, click on those drop down and copy the one that says clone with HTTPS. So when you copy this, if you're using GitHub, it's totally the same thing. All you just need to do is get down here to your site, and then you need to run this command here that says git remote add origin. So git remote add origin, then paste what you copied and hit enter on your keyboard. Finally, run git push -u origin master. In some cases, it will prompt you to log in or maybe to enter some code or some token, but it's not prompting me to do that. If it's prompting you to log in, go ahead and sign in either using your username or password. One of the fastest way to sign in is by using your browser. If you have that option, use your browser. I think signing in with token is one of the most difficult ways, so you can just pass on that for now. Now, when you have committed to Git, just get back here and reload this page, and let's see what we currently have. So reloading this page will now reveal your code over here instead of the page that we previously had. So all this code that we are now seeing over here basically means that our application have been successfully committed to Git. So what we now need to do is host our application on Netlify. So go ahead and create a new Netlify account or log in if you don't already have an account. I already have an account, so I'm going to click on login, and this should automatically log me in. So when you have logged in, all you just need to do is click on add new site and import an existing project. That's what you need to do. And then depending on the platform that you used, maybe you use Bitbucket, GitLab or GitHub, go ahead and click on it. And then it will automatically authenticate it for you. You don't even need to do anything. See, it automatically authenticates it. Okay, it says we track this error automatically, but if the problem per se is contact us. Oh, I know why this might be happening. Let me get back here. I think I'm just going to log out and log in again. All right. So maybe it's finding some issue connecting to my GitLab. So I'm just going to log out and log in again. Okay. This might be just some basic website or application issues. So don't take it too seriously. Okay. Except if the issue persists. But most of the time, logging in and logging out is just gonna fix it for you. All right. So I'm gonna go ahead and log in again. Let me get back here, and I'm gonna log in with GitLab. You can log in with GitHub, you can log in with Bitbucket. It totally depends on what you want to log in with. Okay. All right, there you go. I'm back here again. I'm going to click on add new site and import from existing projects. And then I'm going to click on GitLab once more to see if we are still getting the issue that we got in the past. So it authorized and good. There you go. As you can see, we are not getting the problem anymore. Just go ahead and click on show. And then for the site's name, I'm going to say show-desfix. Let's see if that exists. Yes, it does. I'm just going to say show.desfix1. Just looking for something that's unique, okay? In the base directory, I'm just going to put a slash over there. Build command should be npm run build. The published directory should be dist. And just go ahead and click on deploy show-desfix1. Now this is going to take some time. Sometimes it takes up to 10 minutes. Sometimes it takes less than that, but just allow it to do its thing. And when it's done, we'll view this on our live server. Okay. All right, there you go. We've successfully hosted this. Now, if you're opening this up on a new tab, you should be able to see this right now. There you go. So this is everything that we had on our local server right now on the live server. You can now take this link, give it to your friend, put it on your portfolio and share it with potential employers, and they'll be able to actually view the things that you've been able to build. For now, that's going to be it. Let's go ahead and validate our code using Desfix Coding Challenge tool. To verify your code using Desfix Coding Challenge tool is as easy as ABC. It's night and day. Very simple. All you need to do is either use the link I provided in the video description below, or you could always hop over to desfix.com/projects, and this is it over here. Although there will be many projects, so you can just choose the one you're working on. So I'm going to choose the SaaS UI. Oh, we need to actually log in or sign up. So for you to be able to access this, it's private. You need to be able to create an account or sign in if you already have an account. So I already have an account. I'm quickly going to sign in. If you don't have an account, you could go ahead and log in. If you're logging in, I highly recommend that you onboard. So onboarding is just a way that the platform will use to get to know you and the things that you want. Don't worry, I'll also show you how to onboard at the end of this. So all you need to do now is click on Coding Challenge over here. You can see this is a one-stop for everything that we used in this tutorial: the materials, the assets, the source code, the modules, the instructor, all the articles that you need to read that are linked to this project, the TWS, the Coding Challenge, and a very simple overview. So I'm going to click on the Coding Challenge. That's what I'm interested in right now, because I want to be able to verify my code using Desfix Coding Challenge tool. All right, there you go. So all you just need to do is go ahead and click on this upload code over here. So when you're here, all you need to do is select the projects that you want to work on, select the language that was used, select the framework that was used, and then all you need to do is put in the GitHub, GitLab, or Bitbucket repo URL over here. The URL is basically this one that you copied. If you remember, that's what we copied from here, if you can remember, or maybe just this URL here. Now just copy that and put it in here and then hit submit code. It's as simple as that. Good. Can you see submission received? Tests are currently running. So this can take anywhere from 2 to 5 minutes to get completed. But then if there are a lot of network or a lot of traffic rather on the platform, then it can go up to 10 minutes. But just give it some time. It takes anywhere from 2 to 5 minutes to actually get verified, based on the fact that we are not just going through your code and saying perfect or 10 over 10, but we actually go through your code and give you constructive criticism. If there is anywhere that you're supposed to improve, we actually help you, tell you what you're supposed to do, give you grades, remarks, and tell you where you can actually make the application better, and fail you if it's not up to the standard of what the system wants. If it's not okay, you get failed, you don't pass. Okay, and giving you a fail mark means that you can redo it, and redoing it many times means that you're going to get good, you're going to get better, it's going to stick more, and you will understand what's going on. Now after a couple trials, you might now end up getting maybe 80 over 100 or 90 over 100, hence you get a pass mark, and after then you'll be able to get gems which you can now use to do other things on the platform, and then you get scored and your review status can now change. All right, so let's just sit back and wait for this to get verified, and after that's done, we'll get back here. All right, I just got an email that everything have been successfully graded. All you just need to do is either refresh this or you can reload the whole page. I'm just going to refresh this. Oh, there you go. Oh, we passed on our first try. That's very good. So we got score 70. Why didn't we get 100? I think we had some problems. So let's go ahead and read our remark and see. All right, so this is one of the places where the DeskFix coding challenge tool actually excels. It gives you remark based on your code and based on what you should integrate, what you should work on, what you should improve on, and just like a real life interviewer. So over here, you see, you've done a solid job overall. The project structure is clean, the responsiveness is flawless across devices, and the code base is well organized and easy to follow. Good. The UI is polished and consistent, showing a clear understanding of layout and design fundamentals. That's very good. I think there are some improvements that we need to make. However, there are two key areas for improvement. Oh, just two. The first one is missing light mode and dark mode. The last one is underutilization of React features. So for the first one, while the design is consistent, the lack of theme toggling is a noticeable gap, especially for user experience in modern web apps. Integrating the light mode and dark mode to elevate the usability and professionalism. Very good. So for this one, it says, although the app functions well, you are currently not leveraging much of what React has to offer. Features like use context, use reducer, custom hooks, or even code splitting could enhance the efficiency and scalability of the app. Oh yeah, that's true because we didn't use most of this. Okay, right now the implementation feels more React light. Oh, it feels like we used React, but we didn't use enough React. That's why it says it feels React light. Because of this, we're awarded 70%. Well, it's a pass mark. That's why we're able to actually get this. If we choose to make updates in the future, then I'll mark this as failed so that you can resubmit the improvements, then give you a clean slate to iterate without restriction. So this is a feature that's coming soon on DeskFix Coding Challenge. If you want to redo your challenges, you can go ahead and prompt our system that you want to redo. There'll be a button here, redo. And as soon as you click on that button, you will get this project field. It will change to failed, which means you can now redo and resubmit the project and get it graded again. Does that make sense? So everything else, solid job. Keep pushing. All right, that's pretty much it. That's how the DeskFix Coding Challenge tool works. As you can see, pretty simple, pretty straightforward. Had it been this was failed, we'll have an opportunity to resubmit this code, and we'll keep getting remark 1, remark 2, remark 3, remark 4. Till we pass the project. There was a project I built one time. I actually made a lot of mistakes in it, and I think I got remarks all the way to remark 17. So we just kept iterating on the project till it was perfect. Does that make sense? So this is a tool that will actually keep you on the edge. This is a tool that's going to help you become a better developer in no time, because it's going to give you challenges and it's also going to verify and validate your challenges. Does that make sense? So yeah, that's going to be it. Hopefully you enjoyed this video and learned something new. I have a lot more projects on DeskFix. Go ahead and check it out.